The Perfect Score. Kissing the Enemy, Book 3. Written by Maggie Dolan. Narrated by Liz Crane. Prologue. Maddie. I should have left the frat party when my friend Kate left. This was now totally obvious thanks to the drunk guy who was currently slurring his words as he invaded my personal space with his foul beer breath and loud breathing. I'd seen her slip off with our other friend Levi and hoped beyond hope that for their sake, they finally realized they were meant for each other. Being a human cupid wasn't all it was cracked up to be. I could see matches coming from a mile away, but I'd learned a long time ago that trying to show someone the light was easier said than done. Sometimes people just had to learn it the hard way. Kate and Levi, they were making this whole will they won't they thing last an eternity. Hopefully they were sorting out their issues right now. I leaned away from the guy who was aiming that open-mouthed breathing in my direction. Hopefully Kate and Levi were having better luck in the romance department than I was. My new suitor had seemed cute when he'd first come over to start talking to me, but drunkenness was so not attractive. I was all for having a couple drinks at these things, but seriously, know your limits, dude. He moved in closer until the stench of stale beer hit my cheek, hot and wet and gross.
So what do you say? Should we get out of here?
I looked up at him to see if he was serious. He was. Ugh, frat boys. So full of themselves. I'd have been better off with that last hottie I'd been talking to. He might have been too cocky for my liking, but at least he hadn't come on this strong. I ignored his less than subtle come on. I need to find my ride, I said, my gaze already searching the crowd for my friend Ox. He was around, and he was close. Of that, I was certain. Ox had become my self-appointed bodyguard tonight. His protectiveness was adorable. Unnecessary, but cute. I'd had a hunch when I'd befriended him that he was good people, and he proved me right at every turn. For all his scowls and gruff exterior, he had the heart of a hero. Contrary to popular beliefs, heroes didn't always wear white hats or look like Prince Charming. Ox might not have looked the part, but he was one of the good ones. I shifted away from the drunk guy and made a mental note to make more of an effort to help Ox find someone. He deserved it. Drunk guy didn't get the hint. His arm wrapped around my shoulders.
I can give you a ride home.
I don't think so. A ride from the drunkest guy in this place? No thanks. I didn't have a death wish, thank you very much. I backed away from him, but when he edged in closer, I got a little surge of tension. Not fear. I might have been short, but I could totally take this guy down, especially in his inebriated state. But I was just a little apprehensive about having to knee a guy in the groin in the middle of a frat party. Not exactly ideal. I had a certain reputation to uphold, and I wasn't about to become the girl who was blacklisted from all the good Fairfield University house parties. I cast a quick look around for my actual ride home, the one who'd been drinking water all night and watching over me and Kate. There he was. Ox was easy to spot, a full head taller than most of the people in this overcrowded house. Even if he didn't tower over the rest of them, he would have been set apart by that fierce frown of his. The guy couldn't help it. That was just the way his face was, permanently set in a scowl. Right now he was staring in my direction, and I felt that tiny flicker of tension ease. His gaze met mine, and his eyes narrowed a bit. My stomach gave a funny little twist. It was the relief, most likely. It wasn't often I had my very own bodyguard on hand at one of these things.
Come on, drunk guy said, his tone turning whiny. Don't be like that.
Like what? He leaned in close.
Don't be a tease.
I jerked back. Excuse me? My tone was filled with indignation, and any guy who wasn't a moron or 3 sheets to the wind would have recognized that and stopped talking. Not this guy.
I know who you are, you know, he said.
I was full on backpedaling now, not even trying to hide my disgust. Oh yeah? And who's that? The girl who's gonna hit you where it hurts? It was becoming rapidly clear that was exactly who I was going to be.
I'm friends with Alex, he said, taking a swig of his beer as I came to a sudden stop.
I couldn't have moved if my life depended on it. I'd frozen. Every limb, every vein, they were all filled with ice at the mention of my ex. My first love. The guy I'd thought loved me back.
You don't recognize me, huh?
He said with a nasty sneer, eyeing me with a critical look.
You were pretty drunk when I met you.
I blinked a few times and the room started to spin, the edges of my vision growing hazy. Alex. The guy I'd been so sure was the love of my life. Until he dumped me for someone else approximately 1 month later. I'd never been so crushed in my life. And now here was a guy, his friend apparently, and he was looking at me like I was beneath him, like he was better than me. Now I started to recognize him. Alex and I hadn't gone to a ton of parties together, only one. And that one party had marked the beginning of the end for us, though I hadn't known it at the time. It was our first public outing as a couple, at a party filled with strangers, kids from his school. He'd gone to Parkland High, which was Fairfield's main rival, and located on the opposite end of town. I'd met so many people at that party, but this guy... You were a senior, I said through numb lips. He smirked as if that was somehow a compliment. He tried to snake an arm around my waist again.
See? We're basically old friends, babe.
Babe? Ugh. Alex had called me babe. He'd been a junior, and so was I at the time. It was a year ago now, and I should have moved on. I should have been over it. I thought I was over it, but my churning stomach and fuzzy brain at the mention of his name said otherwise.
So what do you say? He said. You want to go back to my place to party?
His lips pulled back in a leer as he moved in closer again. When I backed up this time, my feet ran into a table and jostled some beer cans. No, I said, already scanning the crowd again for Ox. Where had he gone?
Oh, come on, drunk guy said.
I still couldn't remember his name. I could barely even place which party I'd met him at. Not a surprise since I'd been blindsided by love at the time. All I'd been able to see was Alex. His handsome face, his smooth voice, his quick smile, his sweet endearments. I'd been such an idiot. When he tried to lean in closer, I put a hand up to ward him off. That made him grin.
Oh, come on, Maddie, don't be like that.
He gave me a knowing look that made me want to vomit.
Alex told me all about you. I know you like to party.
I blinked at him. He told you that? It was ridiculous that I could still be hurt by Alex, but there it was. An old stab of pain that my ex was talking about me and clearly not giving a great impression.
Oh yeah, drunk guy drawled. He told me all about you.
His nasty tone had been pushing him off me, hard. His nasty tone had me pushing him off me, hard. He stumbled back a bit. Maybe Alex had failed to mention that I played softball. Even during the off-season, I trained and worked out. I might have been on the short side, but if he thought I was weak, he had another thing coming. For some reason, being pushed made him laugh.
Come on, babe, don't be like that.
I cringed at his tone, at his expression. He was acting like he knew me, like I was some sort of joke. He leaned in and lowered his voice.
Alex told me you're easy, so don't go making this so hard.
My stomach sank to the floor as my mouth filled with saliva. I was going to faint. I was going to vomit. Oh crap, I was going to cry. It was the casual way he'd said it that really twisted the knife in my gut. He didn't sound like he was trying to be cruel, just like he was stating a fact. Alex told him I was easy.
What do you say, babe?
His voice had turned wheedling, childish even. Clearly this was not a guy who'd heard the word no often enough in his life. Get away from me, I managed, as I shifted away from him so my back was no longer against the wall, or the table filled with solo cups, as it were. I was mortified by how weak my voice sounded. My normally loud voice was a fraction of its normal volume because my throat was closing in on itself.
"What?"
the guy said. I would not cry. I willed the tears away. I hadn't shed a tear since the day Alex had dumped me, and I sure as heck wouldn't start now. I opened my mouth to say it again, hopefully louder this time, but someone beat me to it.
"She said go away."
Ox. His voice was even quieter than mine had been, but his wasn't breathy and high-pitched. The rumble of his low growl could be felt 1,000,000 miles away. Relief flooded through me so quickly my knees went weak. Luckily, there was a large stone slab planted behind me. Oh wait, that was Ox. He put a big hand on my shoulder and pulled me back, holding me against him as if he knew I wasn't quite able to stand on my own 2 feet just yet. The drunk guy's face would have made me laugh if I wasn't hanging on to my sanity by such a thin thread. His jaw had fallen slack, and his eyes had widened to saucers as he stared over my head at the guy who, quite literally, had my back.
"She said," Ox repeated slowly, "go away."
I could feel the rumble of his voice through his chest, and somehow that vibration against my back, combined with his warmth and his presence, gave me the boost of courage I needed to straighten up and cross my arms over my chest. I tilted my chin up and stared down my nose at the drunk guy, even though he was taller than me. "You heard me," I added. He didn't need another nudge. The dumb drunk turned and stumbled, quickly swallowed up into the crowd. I turned to face Ox, but I couldn't quite meet his eyes. How much had he heard? I tried for casual as I stared at his right ear. "You ready to go?" I saw his nod. "This party is lame," I added as he steered me toward the front door. I heard his grunt, which I assumed was in agreement. I had a feeling he hadn't stuck around tonight because he'd been having such a great time drinking water and watching drunk people mingle. He'd stuck around because he was my friend. The thought only made the knot that filled my throat expand into something so painful I couldn't speak at all. So it was in silence that we left the frat house and walked the couple of blocks to his truck. Unlike on the way here, when he'd given me a hand to take the giant step up into the passenger side, this time he made quick work of opening the door for me and then picking me up and depositing me on the seat. Under normal circumstances, I might have complained. We little people didn't enjoy being manhandled by those who were not vertically challenged. Tonight, however, I just wanted to get away from there as quickly as possible. Ox didn't say a word when he got into the driver's seat and started the car. This wasn't a surprise. Ox rarely spoke, and when he did, it was usually in response to me badgering him until he caved and gave me a one-word response. He wasn't a big talker, but that was okay because I had a tendency to talk enough for two. Except for tonight. Except for right now. I took a deep breath in through my nose as we headed down the dark tree-lined streets of Fairfield toward my neighborhood. As we drove away from the campus, the houses grew smaller and the yards separating them practically disappeared. I didn't live in one of those nice new neighborhoods, and come to think of it, I had no idea where Ox lived. It was easier to focus on the passing houses than the emotions that were threatening to come out of hiding. I thought I'd banished them. I'd ignored them, I'd stifled them and extinguished them before they could burst into life. I thought they were gone for good. But there they were, nagging at my gut, climbing their way up my chest until it felt like I couldn't breathe. Count the houses. That always worked. Counting always helped me concentrate. I'd reached the 5th house on the street that led toward my neighborhood when Ox broke the silence for the first time ever, as far as I knew.
"You okay?"
I stiffened at the sound of his voice as much as the words. He never talked first. Ever. I couldn't look at him. The slight hint of concern that laced his gruff voice was already undoing all my hard work with the counting. I narrowed my gaze and focused on counting mailboxes instead.
"What did he say to you?"
That concern I'd thought I'd heard was replaced by a dangerous edge that made me shiver. Did that mean he hadn't heard? Or did he just not hear all of it? Alex told me you're easy, so don't go making this so hard. Oh God, please say Ox hadn't heard that. I felt his gaze shift from the road to me as he waited for an answer. I pressed my lips together. Couldn't he see that I didn't want to talk? Surely he, of all people, could understand that. 4 mailboxes, 5 mailboxes, 6 mailboxes. My mailbox was the 18th. When we came to a stop, I reached for the door handle but froze when his hand covered mine on the seat between us. I froze for so many reasons. 1, because he wasn't exactly a touchy-feely guy. A simple hand touch from him was the equivalent of a bear hug from anyone else. 2, that little gesture of kindness was the last straw, probably because it was so unexpected. That simple touch broke through the wall of self-preservation I'd been painstakingly rebuilding after that run-in. Crying had always been painful for me, which was why I never did it. Well, rarely, not if I could help it. And at this particular moment, I couldn't help it. I couldn't have stopped the flood for anything in the world. The first sob came out as a choking sound, and I wouldn't have been surprised if Ox had given me the Heimlich. He didn't, thank God. He probably would have broken a rib. But he did reach for me. His hand on mine held on and tugged as his other arm reached around my waist and pulled me toward him. This was so embarrassing. I was not a pretty crier, and I wasn't even sure this could be called crying. I totally lost it. Sobs racked my body, and I found myself making these pathetic little mewling sounds as I tried to stop the flood of emotions that I'd kept buried for a year. Shame, guilt, regret, hurt. They all surfaced with a vengeance at the memory of my ex and my former delusional self. I'd thought I'd loved him. I thought he loved me. Why had I been so freaking stupid? I made a half-hearted attempt to fight Ox's kindness. I mean, I didn't want anyone to see me melt down like this, let alone some guy who was only grudgingly my friend because I'd forced him into it. But when he turned me toward him and tucked my head beneath his chin, I officially lost the battle. There was only so much fight I had in me, and right now all reserves were needed to gather the pieces of my broken pride and shove them into some semblance of order so I could go inside and face my parents and my little sisters. Had Alex really called me easy? I shouldn't have let my mind stray there. I should have counted the number of times Ox's big meaty palm slid over my back, up and down, soothing and warm just like the sound of his heartbeat beneath my ear. Somehow, I'd wound up cuddled to his chest as he held me. Ox's touch was completely different from the guy I was crying over. Alex and I were hot and heavy, for sure, when I dated him, but I hadn't slept with him. We would have eventually. I'd been thinking about it, just waiting for the right moment. I'd thought I was in love, and he would have been my first. He dumped me before we could take that step. I guess I should have been glad that he'd ended it before I'd done something I couldn't take back, but that was little consolation then. And now, I'd fallen for the wrong guy. Me, the girl who'd predicted all the great romances in our school. The one who'd seen my best friends fall in love ages before they'd even admit they had romantic feelings for their significant others. I was beyond humiliated that I could have been so wrong about someone. On top of that, I battled guilt because I'd never even told my friends about him, about us. At the time, it had been so nice to have this delicious little secret that was just between me and him. That's how he'd spun it. Keeping our relationship a secret had been Alex's idea. Of course, I found out later that he wanted it to be a secret because I wasn't the only girl he was seeing. I wasn't even the first in line. He had a girlfriend, he informed me. Apparently she'd found out, so he'd had to end it. I clenched Ox's shirt in my hand as another wave of emotion swept over me. I hated that selfish, lying, manipulative jerk who'd led me on and lied to my face. I couldn't believe that I'd actually fallen in love with a guy like that. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was I hated myself just a little bit because I was still heartbroken that he didn't love me back. Ox's shirt was soaked by the time I calmed down. And by calm down, I mean I exhausted myself from crying. God, how did people ever do this on a regular basis? It was the worst. My eyes were puffy, my head throbbed, and I had to wipe my nose on my sleeve or ruin Ox's opinion of me forever by getting snot all over his collar. I pulled back, but I couldn't bring myself to meet Ox's eyes. He didn't say anything, and when he made no move to push me away or get me out of his truck, I felt a totally irrational surge of anger. Realistically, I knew it wasn't his fault that he'd seen me cry. I was positive if given an option, he would have opted out of this little cry fest. He'd just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. It wasn't like he sat around waiting to watch me cry. But still, this gigantic silent brute had seen something no one else had ever witnessed. Well, not since kindergarten, at least. I couldn't deal if I looked up and saw pity in his eyes, and I had a horrible suspicion that I would. I'd see it now, and I'd see it every time that dark, glowering gaze of his met mine in the hallway at school. "I've got to go," I mumbled, scrambling off his lap with as much grace as I could muster. It wasn't much. Scrambling off laps within the tight confines of a truck was beyond the scope of my grace and agility. I ended up sort of tumbling toward the passenger side door, and I moved to open it before he could do it for me like he'd done earlier tonight. The jerk. What kind of guy opens car doors in this day and age? It was a flimsy sort of anger, but it was better than feeling pitied, so I stuck with it. But then that voice of his, the one I so rarely heard but kind of adored, came out of the darkness again. "Did he hurt you?" I turned back around because, quite honestly, his voice scared me. "What? No," I said quickly. "He made you cry." I stared at him with my mouth partially open. I forgot for a second that my face was a puffy mess and my nose was red and runny. I was more interested in seeing his face, but it was masked in shadows. I could see his eyes, though. They gleamed in the dark like some sort of predator, and the anger there made my breath catch in my throat. He was angry at the drunk guy. On my behalf. My heart and my belly went into turmoil. Some of my earlier hurt came back, along with shame and guilt and a million other annoying emotions that I didn't want to face. Not again. But above and beyond all of those was a warmth in my chest that made breathing physically impossible. "I'll kill him." He said it so simply and with a creepy lack of emotion, and that was enough to shake me out of it. Irritation rose up again, this time with myself. I was a mess tonight. I needed to get away from him and every other guy on this planet until I could get my head on straight. "He doesn't deserve it," I said, making another move for the door. "If you want me to talk to him," he started. I cut him off with a short laugh that held very little humor. "You? Talk?" When I looked back, he was glaring at me, but I knew he wasn't angry with me. He was just a guy being a guy. He wanted to hurt someone, and I could understand that urge well. I kind of wanted to hurt someone myself. But I wouldn't because I wanted something else more than I wanted revenge. I wanted Alex and the heartbreak he'd caused to go back to the dark recesses of my heart where they belonged. Tomorrow, I'd go back to normal. I'd hang out with friends and I'd get to work on my next charity project and I just had to take care of one thing first. Turning back, I met his gaze. "Don't get involved, okay?" He didn't respond. Suddenly, he was back to being mute. How convenient. I sighed. Seriously, Ox, he was just a drunk idiot. He's not worth it. He didn't nod or disagree, but I took his steady silence to be assent. "Okay then," I muttered. It wasn't until I was in bed later that night that I realized the truth of the matter. I couldn't stop reliving the whole sorry event. Not just the drunk guy. Actually, little of my stewing was over that creep. No, I couldn't stop thinking about Ox. About the way he'd looked at me, at the protective anger in his voice on my behalf that bordered on possessive. on the way he'd held me against his chest, the way he'd stroked my back and let me cry. I nearly hyperventilated at the memory of it all. By the time I fell asleep, one thing was clear. I couldn't face Ox. Never again. I'd just have to avoid him forever. Chapter 1. 2 days later. Maddie. Forever didn't last very long. Not only was my decision to ignore Ox for the rest of my life just a tad melodramatic, I also didn't take into account the fact that he and I went to the same school and were in the same calculus class. I'd managed to avoid him all day Sunday, but come Monday, my ban on oversized silent football players came to an end. The weirdest part, though, he was the one to make the first move, coming to stand next to my desk during a teacher-sanctioned free time at the end of class. The intensity of his scowl was like a laser cutting into the top of my skull as he hovered over my desk. Kate was sitting next to me, and we'd spent the past few minutes of our teacher-sanctioned free time at the end of class talking about how she and Levi finally made their relationship official. Finally. For a little while there, I'd been so engrossed in my friend's happy drama that I'd managed to forget that Ox was in the back of the classroom watching me. I'd been determined to ignore him, and I'd assumed he'd let me. Heck, a little part of me thought he'd silently thank me for it. I'd been pestering him to be my friend ever since the softball charity league we both played on this past summer, but his friendship had always been grudgingly given, to say the least. But now, here he was, standing over my desk, waiting for me to acknowledge him, and I just couldn't. Panic had me frozen in place, and all I could think about was how he'd seen me cry. I never cry. As expected, he didn't say anything. He just stood there, waiting for me to look up. Coward that I was, I stared down at the notebook on my desk as if there was some hidden meaning to be found in the doodles there, rather than tip my head back and force a smile. Hey, Ox, Kate said, mercifully breaking the tense silence. I could hear the confusion in her voice. Rightfully so. I was normally the one who did all the talking in this little trio. Great. Now I'd have to explain to Kate why I was acting like such a weirdo. And I was acting odd, there was no denying it. Me staying silent was odd. Me not smiling was unheard of. And the fact that Ox was the one taking the first step toward friendliness rather than me? We'd basically just entered the Twilight Zone. The thing was, I knew I was being weird, but I couldn't help it. He saw me cry. I scribbled on my notebook, my stomach a mess of knots, and my heart pounding furiously as I frowned at the doodle, which ended up being a twisted sort of black rose. Finally, Ox walked away. I felt his big, ominous presence retreating and saw the dark denim of his jeans vanish out of the corner of my eyes. Only then could I breathe, and I let out a loud exhale of relief. What was that about? Kate said. I shrugged. It's nothing, just... I frowned down at my black rose as I searched for an explanation. The enormity of how much I hadn't told Kate hit me full force. She didn't know about Alex or his jerky friends. She didn't know that I'd had my heart crushed 1 year ago, and she had no idea that I was still heartbroken. She couldn't have known that last part because I hadn't even realized how hurt I still was until Alex's name had come up again and I'd been thrust back to that awful day 1 year ago when my first real love had made it clear that I meant nothing to him. You're a cool girl, Maddie, and we had fun, but... There was always a but. A solid 24 hours had helped me to put the breakup back in its rightful place. Had it sucked? Yes. But had it taught me a valuable lesson? Undoubtedly. What was the lesson? Glad you asked. The whole miserable experience had taught me what I should have already known. I wasn't that kind of girl. The kind that guys wanted for the long term. I didn't have that sweet, wholesome girl-next-door charm that my best friend Callie had, or Kate's shy mystique. I wasn't a drop-dead gorgeous stunner like my friend Tiffany, or a serial monogamous like my other friend Kelly. I was fun. Everyone knew that. I liked to flirt and I liked to have a good time. I liked boys and they liked me. And as long as I remembered that I wasn't the kind of girl who got the hero in the end, I enjoyed myself. Alex told me you were easy. I gripped my pen so hard I was surprised when it didn't break. Having fun didn't make me easy. It just made me a realist. I knew what guys wanted from me, and I enjoyed myself in return. Win-win. Everybody was happy. Everybody except for Kate, who was still staring at me. She was quiet, like usual, and I knew she was waiting for me to talk. Talking was normally my specialty. Unlike Kate and Ox, I had no problem making small talk or cracking jokes. But this, trying to explain today's recent episode of Awkward Times at Fairfield High meant having to tell her everything that happened at the party, which meant having to explain everything that happened a year ago, and that I couldn't do. Like, physically, I could not do it. I couldn't even begin to formulate the words. I had a year's worth of pain trying to get out, and it was stuck somewhere near my jugular, threatening to choke the life out of me. I took a deep breath and gave myself a mental eye roll. I mean, seriously, choking the life out of me? Way to be melodramatic, Maddie. It wasn't like I had to tell Kate everything right this minute. She just wanted to know what was up with the weirdness between me and Ox. That I could handle. I lifted my head and faced Kate with a sigh. Okay, fine. The party didn't go so well. She stared at me and I knew she was waiting for me to continue, but I just met her gaze evenly. She tapped her pen against the desk. Did you and Ox get into a fight or something? I let out a little snort of amusement at the thought. Fight? I repeated. With Ox? Kate smiled too, probably because we were both trying to imagine Ox saying more than a few monosyllabic words, let alone raising his voice. I guess he's not really the emotive type, she said. I laughed even harder at that understatement. Laughter helped to ease some of the tension, and for the first time since that epically awful party, I felt like I could breathe without an ache in my chest. Kate was still giving me a curious look, and I shook my head. It was nothing serious, just some guy at the party who was kind of rude. Her wide-eyed horror clued me into the worst possible scenario she was envisioning. Oh my God, Maddie, are you okay? What did he do? I should never have left you there. Are you— Relax, Kate, I said. Nothing tragic happened, I promise. I didn't get roofied and no one got too handsy. Cynical amusement had me arching a brow. I would have liked to see someone try. Ox was the dream chaperone. I shook my head at the memory of how he was always there, watching over the party with that intimidating glower. Seriously, he should be a bodyguard or something. The minute a guy got too close, he'd come up behind him and do that growling thing he does. I tipped my chin down and glared at Kate with a growling sound that so didn't even come close to sounding like Ox. I couldn't get my voice to go that low if I tried. We were both laughing again, and then Kate grew serious. So then, what happened? I shrugged. I told you, a guy was rude. He said some unpleasant things. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of the bad memory of a drunken jerk. Seriously, not even worth talking about. So then, what was that? Kate nodded toward the desk in the back where Ox had returned. What was what? Okay, yes, I was playing dumb. But that anxious feeling was coming back the closer we got to the heart of the issue. Kate leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. What was that weirdness between you two? I swallowed. Oh, that. Kate waited in silence, and I gave in with a sigh. Nothing, just, oh God, it's so embarrassing. My mind flashed back to my meltdown in Ox's truck, and I could feel heat rush to my cheeks. What was this? I didn't blush. I never blushed. I also never cried. Kate read it all wrong. Did something happen between you two? I groaned and rolled my eyes. Of course not. It's just... I dropped my face into my hands. He saw me cry. Over the rude things that jerk said? I nodded. It was partially true. The guy's words had made me think about Alex. Not only that, he made it abundantly clear that Alex had been talking smack about me. But why? What did I ever do to him? I frowned down at the drawing again. Nope, no answers there. And that's why you're embarrassed? Kate asked softly. Because a friend saw you cry? I shrugged. It sounded stupid when she put it like that. But she hadn't been there. She hadn't witnessed my humiliating meltdown in the car. Just thinking about it made me shift uncomfortably. It would have been easier to swallow if he'd caught me in any other embarrassing situation. He could have walked in on me naked or read my diary, and it would have been better than having him witness that level of emotional insanity. Still, Kate seemed to think I was being melodramatic, and maybe she had a point. I glanced up at her. You think I'm overreacting? I think that if he's really a friend, he's not going to be freaked by some tears. I nodded. You're probably right. I glanced back at him, but he was staring down at a textbook, not at me anymore. He's already acting weird around me, though. I mean, he just came over here, on his own. I widened my eyes, like he actually wanted to talk. We both burst out laughing because it truly had been bizarre. Ox never approached us without a massive amount of cajoling on my part. He's a friend, Kate said, with a finality that gave me a burst of confidence. He's probably just worried about you. Once you're acting normal around him, he'll go back to normal too. For the first time, I had some hope that maybe my burgeoning friendship with Ox hadn't been totally ruined by the dope at the party. Maybe Kate was right. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe nothing between me and Ox had to change just because of one bad night. The thought made me happy beyond belief. I liked Ox. I liked our friendship. The fact that I might not lose it was a relief. You think so? I do, she said. You'll both be back to normal in no time. No one changes overnight, right? Normal. I could do that. The next day, I spotted Ox in the hallway and I pasted a smile on my face. That was normal. Smiling was normal. I could so do this. I took a deep breath and headed toward him. It was now or never. Time to get it done. Just like pulling off a Band-Aid. His dark, short-cropped hair was all I could see of him since he was facing his locker. The fact that he towered over every other student in our school was convenient when trying to locate the guy. Unfortunately, right at this moment, I would have paid money to lose him in the crowd. I so didn't want to do this. He would look at me with sympathy, maybe even pity. I highly doubted the guy would ever be able to face me without imagining me with a runny nose and tears soaking his shirt. Worse, maybe he'd heard what the drunk guy had said. I swallowed, coming to stop 2 lockers down from Ox's and unable to move any further. Dread had me standing still as I contemplated the question that had been driving me crazy since Saturday night. How much had Ox heard? He'd been so quiet in the truck, obviously, and it never occurred to me to ask him what he'd heard, or at least try to get some sort of gauge on what he was thinking. About me, about the situation, about all of it. And now, now the side of his head told me nothing. I tried to give myself the same pep talk Kate had given me the day before. This was Ox, a guy I'd come to consider a friend. If I acted normal, he'd act normal, like nothing had ever happened. I studied his strong profile, the firm jaw and the brow that was furrowed even now as he rifled through his locker. For a second, my smile stopped feeling fake. This guy, My heart warmed a bit at the sight of him and at the memory of how he'd held me so tenderly. I eyed those renowned biceps, the giant tree trunks that have helped lead our football team to victory for the past 2 years. Who would have known those arms could be so gentle? I blinked and straightened, and who would have thought I could get all sappy and sentimental over arms? Get it together, Maddie. I was on a mission to put our friendship back on track, and this was the perfect time to do it. I even had the perfect reason to go talk to him. Oddly enough, it had everything to do with those giant arms and his mad skills on the football field, and there was nothing weird or awkward about it. I needed his help, and normal me wouldn't think twice about asking him for it. With that thought, I crossed the short distance between us and stopped at his side. He looked over at me and blinked. That blink was the only show of surprise. This was one of the reasons I loved hanging out with this guy. His ability to go with the flow was unrivaled. He was pretty much always cool as a cucumber and didn't feel the need to fill the silence just to hear himself talk. Of course, by cool as a cucumber, I meant he was always unalterably grumpy, but in a nice, predictable, teddy bear with a thorn in his paw kind of way. He and Kate were somewhat similar in their quiet, reserved natures. For half a second there, I thought maybe they'd be a good fit, but Kate needed someone to push her out of her shell, not into it. Ox needed the same thing. He just didn't know it yet. Luckily, he had me to help. Focusing on the fact that Ox needed my help made it so much easier to keep my smile firmly in place. I need you. I clamped my mouth shut as he stared down at me. Nope, that was not at all what I'd intended to say. That weird, hot feeling was taking over my face again. What was happening to me? I don't blush. You also don't cry, but try telling Ox that. His warm brown eyes were staring down at me with that strange intensity that was solely Ox. It had never bothered me before. I'd always found his undivided attention kind of endearing, actually. When Ox looked at me, I felt like the only person on the planet. Or at least the only one who mattered. His intensity was normally flattering in a weird sort of way. Today, it was just unnerving. I shook my head quickly, warning my brain not to think about how I'd buried my face against his neck, or how he'd felt so safe and warm when he held me. And there it went. My brain was off and running with flashback images so vivid, we might as well have been right back in his truck. Ox was waiting for me to continue, presumably expecting me to explain that lame, "I need you" comment that had sounded far more pathetic than intended. I need you to play football. Oh, heck. I was making a mess of this. I shifted my bag on my shoulder and took a deep breath. I'm organizing the yearly flag football tournament to raise money for the town's youth athletics program. His stare was biting into me, and my voice was getting higher and higher thanks to nerves. What was I nervous about? This was just Ox. My friend Ox. He saw you cry. I cleared my throat. It's open to all high school and college students, and we practice during the 4 weekend mornings leading up to Thanksgiving, with the final weekend culminating in a massive tournament. Why was I talking so fast? The words were spilling out so quickly, even I wasn't quite sure what I was saying. I licked my lips and got to the point. I need some football players to help out. It won't interfere with your practice schedule, I checked, so I thought maybe...
Maddie!
One of the other guys from the football team stopped beside me and Ox with a huge grin. Hey, Trent, I said. I found myself smiling back, all fakeness forgotten in the face of Trent's easy charm. He laid a hand on Ox's shoulder.
Don't tell me. Maddie is trying to sweet-talk you into another one of her charity projects. Am I right?
I slapped his arm playfully. You know you love me, and my charity projects. His smile was outrageously flirty. Everything about Trent was outrageously flirtatious. That was why we got along so well. We were both flirts. I dated a couple of his friends, and he dated a couple of mine. so we'd firmly established ourselves in the friends territory. That made flirting with him that much more fun. No misunderstandings, no hurt feelings. He, like me, understood that it was all fun and games. I liked guys, he liked girls. Neither of us was ashamed of it. No harm, no foul. He was already turning his attention to Ox.
Give in now, man. The girl won't stop until you're volunteering every free minute, just like the rest of us schmucks.
He gave me a wink that didn't make me blush. See, I told you I wasn't a blusher. I looked at Ox. He was still staring at me and my stomach did a somersault. I forced a big smile. See, even Trent agrees that you should join in on the football fun. Ox frowned at me and my fake smile threatened to falter.
Yeah, man, I'll be there.
Trent aimed this at me, not Ox. Then he stepped forward, partially blocking Ox from my view as he pulled me in for an affectionate side hug.
Who could say no to this girl?
I laughed and batted my eyelashes. Exactly! Who could say no to this? I was teasing. Anyone could see that. Trent knew it. He wasn't staring at me like, oh, I didn't know what Ox's stare meant. Normally I could read his glares, but now I had no idea what he was thinking. That insistent little voice in the back of my mind was quick to fill in his blankness with the worst possible conclusion.
I'll see you around, babe,
Trent said as he walked away from us. I stiffened at the term of endearment. He'd called me that before, I was sure. Trent called everyone babe or bro or dude or sweetie. He was that kind of guy. It had never bothered me before, but today, it made me stiffen. It made me remember. Ox was glaring down at me, but this time I could read his glare. Either the Ox facial translator portion of my brain was functioning again, or he couldn't hide what he was thinking.
You okay?
It was exactly what he'd said in the truck. That memory had my jaw clenching. Of course I'm okay. I'd been striving for bright and chipper. It rang false. I sounded shrill and scared. I winced a bit, but he didn't so much as blink.
You were ignoring me.
I met his gaze evenly. But now I'm not. He studied me, his gaze moving over my face and then back to my eyes, boring into me like he could see inside my skull. He made a sort of grunting sound that I took to be acknowledgement of my very true statement. I had been avoiding him, but now I wasn't. Simple as that. No need to delve any deeper, was there? I decided to change the topic just in case he had an idea that we needed to talk about that disaster of a night. So, I said, pasting on a smile, what do you think? Will you join the Flag Football Charity League? He didn't pause to think.
No.
I pressed my lips together to hold back a smile. For the first time since the party, this thing between us felt almost normal. Trent's earlier words came back to me. Who could say no to this girl? Ox. Ox could say no to me, and he frequently did. I rarely let that stop me. I said, turning to head toward my classroom. We'll see. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him shake his head as he grunted in irritation at my inability to take no for an answer. But just before I turned away, I saw it. My favorite grumpy giant was trying not to smile.
Chapter 2. Ox. I stared down at my little friend who'd cornered me by my locker. Here we were again. 3 days had passed since Maddie had decided we were friends again. And yet again, she was trying to get me on board with one of her plans. But this one was so much more insane. I mean, maybe it sort of made sense to try and recruit me for a flag football charity thing. Whatever. But this? Asking me to help her plan a party for Kate and Levi? Clearly the girl had lost her mind.
So?
Maddie batted those long lashes of hers as she waited impatiently for a response.
Are you game?
I wasn't sure whether to laugh or groan, because the whole idea of throwing those two a party was just that ridiculous. If this were anyone else, I would have been sure she was kidding. Who threw a party for their friends to celebrate them becoming a couple? And making the rest of us nauseous with their hallway PDA's celebration enough? A party? I repeated, just to be sure I hadn't misunderstood. She nodded so enthusiastically her brown curls bobbed around her pixie face. Pixie was the perfect way to describe this girl. Short, petite, and filled with more energy and enthusiasm than I'd ever been able to muster up for anything, let alone a party.
"Come on,"
she said.
"Don't you think they deserve it?"
I stared at her some more. A long time ago, I'd realized that speaking was overrated. Most people did too much of it, and my attempts rarely went over well. Me and words, we weren't friends. Maddie let out a little sigh.
"If anyone deserves a party, it's Kate and Levi."
I stared at her, this time because I was actually trying to understand her logic. This party Maddie wanted to throw for her friends was one of the strangest suggestions she'd thrown at me. And that was saying something. I slammed my locker door shut, but she didn't so much as blink. Those big brown eyes were fixed on me, and there was no escaping this situation without agreeing to her demands, as crazy as they might be. Maddie might have been small, but she was mighty. Still, this was such a bad idea. Really, one of her worst, for so many reasons. Kate would hate it, I said. This was the truth. Maddie's friend Kate was shy, really shy. She'd hate being the center of attention even more than I would. Maddie's lips pulled down in a frown, and I instantly felt like an ogre.
"Maybe you're right,"
she said, leaning against the locker as if we had all the time in the world to stand here and chat. Other students hurried by around us, slamming lockers shut and calling out to one another as they hurried to their last class of the day, and the last class of the week.
"Well, maybe we could keep it small,"
she said, her features lighting up again because there was really no keeping this girl down. I should know. If you'd asked me 2 weeks ago if this girl was even capable of feeling anything other than joy and excitement, I would have told you what a moron you were. But then it happened. She'd cried. On me. My hand on the locker bit into the metal. I had the overwhelming urge to rip the locker door off its hinges, but I took a deep breath instead, focusing on Maddie's light, carefree voice, on the way she practically hummed with energy. Focusing on that helped me to relax. She gave me a funny look, tilting her head to the side.
"Are you okay?"
I ignored that, staring past her toward the exit until I could get my anger fully under control. I hadn't liked seeing her hurt, but I knew she wouldn't want to talk about it. It had become instantly clear that she was just as unhappy as I was that I'd witnessed her crying. Having her ignore me for a couple days that followed had been almost as bad as that helpless feeling I'd had while holding her. I should have been glad to be ignored. I mean, up until that point, I'd groaned when I'd seen her coming after me in the halls. A freaking elf. A relentless, chirpy, giggly elf. That's what she reminded me of, and that was what I'd called her. In my head, obviously. Like I'd said, I wasn't one for words. But then she'd avoided me. No, she'd ignored me. That had not been okay. I'd missed her upbeat chatter and her impromptu talks in the hall. Not that I'd ever admit it. I'd gone years without friends, so it wasn't like I needed her or anything, but I'd just gotten used to it. After a few days of radio silence, she'd swung the opposite direction. She'd gone from ignoring me to being too friendly. It had felt forced. She was trying to pretend that nothing had happened. I didn't like that either. But then she'd slowly but surely gotten back to normal, so I had to as well. Otherwise, I'd risk losing the only good thing about this school. Maddie and football were the only reasons to come here in the mornings. I turned to join the throng of people headed toward the south wing, and Maddie fell into step beside me. We both had calculus for the next class, and she latched onto my arm as I parted the way for us. I normally didn't do the whole touchy-feely thing, but Maddie did, so I went with it. She didn't mean anything by it, that much was obvious. She was affectionate with everyone.
Okay, fine, she said with a sigh as we turned down a less crowded hallway and neared the classroom door.
I glanced down at her. I didn't buy her capitulation for 1 second. She never gave up so easily. Sure enough,
"We can circle back to the Kate and Levi party," she said.
I let out a short laugh that sounded like a grunt. Sometimes it felt like it had been so long since I'd laughed, or talked for that matter, that now when I did it, it came out rusty and creaky. Maddie didn't seem to notice. She was already on to her next big idea. I took a seat near the back, and rather than go up front and sit next to Kate like she usually did, she grabbed the seat next to me and pulled it closer so we were side by side.
"What about Halloween?" she said.
I frowned. What about it?
"Don't you think we should plan a party?"
I stared at her. More specifically, I stared at her use of "we" in that sentence. When our teacher walked in the door, I thought that might put this conversation to bed. But then he turned to us with a frazzled look and informed us that we'd be watching a documentary on some mathematician genius so he could work on grading our last test. Everyone around me settled in to take a nap, but Maddie pulled out her cell phone and waved it at me with a smile. A not-so-subtle sign that she wanted to keep this conversation going via text. I sighed, but then I pulled out my phone. Maddie.
"Want to help me throw a Halloween party?"
Me. No. Maddie.
"It'll be for a good cause."
I didn't respond. Everything Maddie did was for a good cause. The girl was a one-woman nonprofit. Every time I turned around, she was there organizing a bake sale for one of the school's organizations, or volunteering at the food bank, or collecting winter coats for the homeless, befriending me. The list went on and on. So the fact that this Halloween party would be to benefit a cause, not a shocker. But it also wasn't an effective sales pitch when every one of her pet projects was in the name of a charity. In fact, the mention of her do-gooder tendencies had me shifting uncomfortably in my seat. I wasn't kidding about me being one of her pet projects. Kate knew it, and so did all the others. The only reason she tried so hard to be my friend was because she felt sorry for me. Maddie was the befriender of the friendless, or as Kate put it, the mayor of the island of misfit toys. Either way, I knew where I stood in Maddie's eyes. She might consider me a friend, but only because she's too nice for her own good. I turned my attention to the documentary, but a second later saw my phone light up on my desk. Maddie.
"You can be the cowardly lion."
I stared at my phone. I should let it go. Seriously, I should just drop it. There was no point in encouraging her. Me. What? I heard Maddie snicker beside me before her fingers moved rapidly over the phone. Maddie.
"How fun would it be if we all got dressed up as characters from The Wizard of Oz? Kate would make the perfect Dorothy, and Callie could be Glinda the Good Witch. Noah would be the Tin Man, because I'm pretty sure Coach Grimm didn't have a heart until Callie came along. And don't even try to tell me that Levi wouldn't make the perfect Scarecrow."
I read the text, fully aware that her eager gaze was watching me, waiting for a response. I shook my head at the phone, unable to respond because what was there to say to that? The girl was nuts. But I couldn't deny that a little part of me was just a little bit, well, touched sounded lame. I should have been used to Maddie's easy insistence that I was part of her inner circle of friends. I should be used to it, but I wasn't. Not by a long shot. It had been years since I'd had friends, and even then those friendships had been fraught with tension. The last close friend I'd had was Eve, and that had ended badly. My fault, I supposed. I ought to have learned my lesson long before Eve turned her back on me. She wasn't the first friend to turn on me when it came down to either being my friend or fitting in with the popular crowd. She wasn't the first, but she was the last. After Eve, I'd finally learned my lesson. School was a battleground, but only if you played the game. I'd been mocked and bullied my entire life. right up until I started weightlifting and training for football. By the time I transferred to Fairfield High, I wasn't that fat, stuttering kid anymore. No one in his right mind would bully me these days. I'd made sure of it. But by the time I got to Fairfield, I'd learned the hard way that staying out of other people's business worked best for me. I was a loner. I liked it that way. And then Maddie had come along. A midget with a giant smile and a heart of gold who hadn't seemed to notice that I'd wanted nothing to do with her or her friends. Maddie.
You'd make the most adorable cowardly lion.
Me. You're insane. Maddie.
You love me.
I went to respond and had no idea what to say. She was kidding. I knew she was teasing. She'd just said the same thing to Trent. Brazen flirtatiousness was totally Maddie's brand of humor. It didn't mean anything. Even if I could have come up with the right response, I'd paused for too long. She followed up with JK and then a winky face. Right, got it. Message received. She was only kidding, and I was the idiot for not being able to take a joke. Maddie.
Kate's mom agreed to let us host the party at her house. Do you want to be in charge of food?
I stared at the phone in horror. Did I want to be in charge of food? Had she lost her mind? I shook my head and turned my attention to my phone. Me. What exactly gave you the impression that I enjoy party planning? Maddie.
Don't think of it as party planning. Think of it as people wrangling.
I felt a smile tugging at the corner of my lips. Me. What makes you think I like people? I glanced over when Maddie didn't answer immediately. She had her lips pursed in an adorably contemplative expression as she stared at my text. Finally, I got this reply. Maddie.
You can't dislike all people.
Me. Most. Maddie.
What about me?
She couldn't be serious. Obviously, she was joking. No one had more confidence than Maddie, and no one was more lovable. When I looked over, she was staring intently at the screen in the front of the room, and I could have sworn her cheeks were turning pink. Me. It's impossible not to like you. I looked over and watched Maddie read the text, my ribcage tightening weirdly at the sight of her smile when she glanced over at me. Maddie.
I don't know. I've heard it said that I might be a little pushy sometimes.
I let out a little snort of laughter that I knew she heard because she started to laugh too. But then she bit her lip, and I watched her start to text and then pause, and then start again, and then stop. The great, confident Maddie was debating what to say. That alone put me on edge. I might have had a reputation for struggling to find words, but Maddie? That was when I knew. I knew exactly where her mind had gone. Maddie.
Not everything people say about me is true.
I stared at her profile, trying to read what was going on behind those big, guileless brown eyes of hers. All I saw were her now rosy cheeks. Her blush highlighted the spattering of freckles across the top of her cheekbones, and for a moment there she looked so vulnerable. Just like that night in the truck. I gripped the edge of my desk so hard my knuckles turned white. It was the only thing I could do to keep from storming out of here to find that low-life jerk who'd made her cry. It was the only thing I could do to keep from reaching out and pulling her into my arms, where she belonged. I shook my head. That was idiotic. One night of crying in my arms didn't make her mine. It didn't make us anything more than what we were. Friends, if you could even call it that. Me. Like I said, most people are stupid. Maddie.
You didn't say that.
Me. It was implied. There was a pause, and when I looked over, I caught her staring at me with an odd look. Then she pressed her lips and ducked her head. Maddie.
How much did you hear?
I pretended not to understand. Me. Not much.
Maddie. What does that mean?
I looked over and she was frowning at me. Me. He was an idiot. Maddie.
Agreed.
I felt her gaze on me, but I didn't look back. If I saw tears in her eyes again, I'd lose it. I'd be the first to admit that I developed a weak spot for this girl. Who wouldn't? She was kind and thoughtful and unbelievably sweet. But watching her cry? Well, now I knew what my kryptonite was, and it was absolutely Maddie's tears. Maddie.
But then again, you think everyone is an idiot.
Me. Not all people, just most. Maddie.
Right, just like you don't like most people.
I smiled reluctantly at her use of quotes. Maddie.
But you do like me.
Me. You're trying my patience. Maddie.
Just admit that you love me.
Her teasing kept up for the remainder of the class. I didn't mind, just so long as she didn't cry again. Truth be told, I hadn't heard much of what that guy had said, but I'd seen more than enough. I saw that he upset her, and that was more than enough for me to know that the dude needed to learn a lesson. For a minute there, I thought about telling her how the rest of the night played out. For me, it was easier to talk to her via text, and maybe this was the moment. But I didn't. Why? Because I didn't want to ruin her good mood, but also... Yeah, okay, maybe I was also a little bit of a coward. She'd be pissed, and I knew it. Maddie had made it very clear that she didn't want me to go back there, and, well, I never had been good at following instructions. Just before the bell rang, she did what she'd threatened to do. Maddie.
About that party for Kate and Levi.
I glanced over at her and was met with a wide-eyed look of a zealot. Me. Was the whole Halloween planning topic just a ruse to make a small party with Kate and Levi not seem so bad? Maddie beamed, and I knew I was right. Compared to planning a costume party, hanging out with her small circle of friends didn't seem all that bad. I stood by the fact that most people were morons. Maddie was not most people. Maddie.
So, what do you think?
Me. I think you're an evil genius. Chapter 3. Ox. Considering everything we'd been through this week, I supposed I should be grateful that now she was once more standing by the lockers badgering me about throwing a party for her friends based solely on the fact that they'd fallen in love. We'd stopped by her locker to drop off her books, and once she was done, we headed toward the exit side by side. She was like a dog with a bone about this whole Levi and Kate celebration. I was pretty sure if we threw them any sort of event, it should be a pity party. Seriously, when was the last time a high school romance lasted more than a couple weeks? This couldn't end well, and when it ended, I'd have to kick the crap out of Levi. I didn't mind the guy, overall. He was annoying, sure, but he wasn't a total prick like most of the guys in this school. It was just that Kate was nice. Honestly nice. Like Maddie level nice. And you don't mess with nice girls. She apparently took my silence to be one of agreement because she was already planning the small celebration, which now consisted of just me and her, along with the happy couple. Goody. Just what I needed, to be dragged into another group hang. I could say no. I glanced down at the top of her head as she walked along beside me, deftly navigating the crowds as though she wasn't a miniature human who could be stepped on at any moment. She tilted her head back so she could look up at me, and those big brown eyes met mine.
So? She asked. What do you say? Can you make it tomorrow night?
I could say no, I reminded myself. She widened her eyes expectantly and bit her lip as if she was just so eager to hear my response. Who was I fooling? I couldn't say no. Sure, I said. Why? Because I was an idiot. I'd now spend my Saturday night watching two people happily in love while this girl talked my ear off. I let out a sigh.
Are you smiling?
Maddie stopped short in front of me and I frowned down at her. What? Her eyes grew so wide I thought she might be having some sort of seizure. Then she started bouncing up and down as she smacked my chest.
You did, she said, all breathless with excitement. You totally smiled.
No, I didn't. She nodded, grinning from ear to ear as she latched onto my arm and started dragging me toward the exit with newfound enthusiasm.
I knew you were into this party idea, she said.
I made a noise that was supposed to be a protest, but just kind of sounded like a huff of resignation as I listened to her talk about the cake she was going to make. That's right, she was baking them a cake, like it was their birthday or something. I shook my head at her, but she didn't seem to notice. She was too busy talking and walking, and then she was stopping on the sidewalk in front of the school. She stopped so suddenly, I almost dragged her along with me as I stumbled to a halt. Some people walking behind us grumbled at our sudden stop in the middle of the walkway, but I didn't pay attention to them. I was too busy staring down at Maddie. She'd gone pale. Her smile faded fast as she stared off into the distance. I followed her stare and found that she wasn't looking off into the distance. She was staring at the parking lot. More specifically, she was staring at the group of guys who were standing near my truck in the parking lot. Oh. She whipped her head around to look up at me, dropping my arm so she could better face me. Oh, crap.
What is he doing here?
She hissed. I had to assume she meant the drunk guy from the other week. I wished I had a good answer, but I was honestly wondering the same thing. I mean, it wasn't like I'd given him my name or anything when I'd gone back to scare some respect into him. But, come to think of it, I probably did stand out, and he'd clearly known Maddie. Figuring out where I went to school and what truck I drove couldn't have been too difficult, not even for a little punk like him. The punk in question wore a smirk that made my hands ball into fists. He flinched only a little, but it gave me a surge of satisfaction. He and his friends headed toward me, and I met them halfway. Even if there were 4 of them, I'd never been one to back down from a fight. For better or worse. I would have beat the crap out of him that night if he hadn't been so drunk and looked so freaking scared at the sight of me. But he didn't look scared now. He looked smug. Probably because he thought he had the upper hand with all his friends surrounding him. Moron brought the fight to my yard, though. I might not have had friends, but I had teammates. Teammates who'd come running as soon as they saw trouble. Bring it, punk. If I took one step in his direction, he'd run screaming like a little girl. The only problem was Maddie hadn't left my side. She wasn't clinging to my arm anymore, but she was still attached at my hip like she was my sidekick or something. When I came to a stop, so did she. Hey, babe, one of the guys said. I stared at the stranger. It wasn't the drunk idiot who'd spoken, it was one of his friends. A taller, leaner, less idiotic-looking one standing nearby. He wasn't smirking like his friend, but he still looked way too cocky for his own good. And he was staring at my girl. I mean, Maddie. Not my girl, just my friend. The friend who'd gone from chatty and happy to quiet and... Oh, hell, was she scared? I couldn't tell. I kept glancing down at her, but I couldn't see the look in her eyes. All I could see was that she was pale and not smiling, and staring back at the guy who'd spoken like she knew him. The guy who'd called her babe. Adrenaline rushed through me so hard and fierce it took everything in me not to leap across the space that separated us and tackle this new guy. Maddie's voice stopped me.
Alex, what are you doing here?
Alex. I hated Alex. Anger was good. It kept me from fussing over the girl at my side, but I was still worried about her. Alex gave her a cocky grin, one that did not adequately reflect the fact that he would have to deal with me in the very near future. That's all the love I get, babe? He opened his arms wide. I thought you'd be happy to see me. His friend smirked and laughed, like this kid's arrogant little performance was hysterical. I took a step in his direction, a growl coming from deep down in my throat as the rage built up inside. I stopped short of throwing a punch. I think a little part of me was waiting for Maddie to speak up, to say something witty and clever, or maybe something scathing to put this jerk in his place. When she didn't so much as make a peep, I looked down in concern. She was white, shaken. Oh crap, please tell me she's not going to cry again. I turned back to glare at Alex. He was the one to blame. I didn't know how or why, but he would pay. Whoa, whoa, Alex said with a grin. He held his hands up, palms out. Me and Mads here are old friends, aren't we, babe? She didn't respond. I couldn't risk a look down or I might do something crazy, like throw her over my shoulder and take her as far away from here as I could. Somewhere safe. Somewhere where I could take care of her. That smug jerk winked at her. Or maybe I'd just knock the guy out and call it a day. Relief washed over me when Maddie spoke, but it was followed just as quickly by concern by the way her voice was strained. I said, "What are you doing here?" That brought Alex's attention back to me, and he eyed me with way more confidence than his small stature warranted. Is that your new boyfriend, babe? Out of some weird instinct, I wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She didn't lean against me, but she didn't shrug me off either. What are you smirking at, King Kong? One of the guys called to me. Was I smirking? Maybe. I made no effort to stop because it seemed to annoy the crap out of them, especially Alex. I felt her shrug under my shoulder. I figured it was time for an upgrade. Alex's smirk turned to a nasty sneer. I was never your boyfriend, babe. I thought you'd figured that out by now. I felt the blow on her behalf. Don't ask me how, because she didn't flinch. She didn't back away, but I felt it. I didn't know what was going on here, but that little turd had just hurt Maddie. Alex turned to me. Besides, we're not here for you, Maddie. We're here to let your boyfriend know that if he messes with one of us, he messes with all of us. If I wasn't so worried about Maddie, I might have laughed. What was this, some old-fashioned turf war? I'd read The Outsiders 10 times when I was a kid, and this interaction reminded me way too much of a scene from that book. I had to resist the urge to call him Pony Boy. The joke would only have gone over his head anyhow. Any hint of amusement vanished when I felt Maddie turning beneath my arm. I didn't have to look down to know she was glaring at me. I could feel her sharp gaze on the side of my face, and it wasn't pleasant. So maybe I hadn't listened to her when she'd told me not to go back there, but I hadn't had a choice. My rage had taken over. I'd turned the truck around and headed back toward campus because that was the direction of my neighborhood. But then, well, somehow my house slid by on the left, and the next thing I knew I was back at the house party, and everyone parted like the sea as I stormed in and sought out the little weasel who was cowering behind his friends right now. Ox messed with your friend? But she wasn't asking Pony Boy. She was asking me. I couldn't bring myself to look down because I knew without a doubt that she was royally pissed at me, and this was so not the time for explanations or apologies. Besides, all 4 of them were eyeing me, and it was just a matter of time before someone threw the first punch. I couldn't afford to be distracted. Maddie, I said quietly, go back inside. Alex grinned. He might not have known exactly what was going on here either, but he could probably tell that I was currently the one in the doghouse. Crap. Had she actually dated this guy? I would have thought she'd have better taste. Yeah, babe, Alex said, seeming to delight in taunting us both with the endearment. Go back inside like a good little girl. We've got to teach your new boy toy here a lesson. Maddie didn't listen to either of us. Of course she didn't. Rather than back away or turn tail and flee, she took 2 steps forward until she was standing between me and Alex. Something close to panic set in seeing cute little Maddie standing there in the middle of trouble. If someone made the wrong move, if a fight broke out, she'd get hurt. Hell, she could get trampled. Maddie, I growled. No. She shot me a quick look that was filled with fire. Then she turned back to Alex. Ox only messed with your friend because your friend messed with me. Damn. The girl's voice carried, and she had everyone in the parking lot stopping to stare. I felt only mildly ridiculous that the school's most beloved elf was coming to my defense to save me from a fight. Alex glanced over his shoulder at the drunken moron from the other night, but he was giving Maddie an incredulous sneer. "In your dreams, babe." His friends all chuckled, including Alex. Maddie drew in a deep breath, and once again I had the urge to pick her up and carry her far away from here.
"He was getting handsy and wouldn't take no for an answer," she continued, seemingly talking just to Alex now. Alex arched his brows. "Awfully full of yourself these days, aren't you, babe?" That set his friends off on another giggle fest. "You know him," she said, pointing to the idiot in question. "And you know me. Despite whatever lies you've been spreading about me, you know very well that I don't cheat." She glanced back at me. "And even if I did, do you really think I'd be so stupid as to mess around with another guy while my boyfriend was there?" That seemed to stump them all. All except for the drunken moron who clearly had a face to save in front of his friends. "Are you seriously going to listen to her?" He was blustering. Never a good sign. Maddie pursed her lips and planted her hands on her hips as she turned a withering gaze to the idiot from the party. "Do you think I'd cheat on my boyfriend with someone like him?" She turned to Alex. "Come on, Alex. You know this guy." She jerked her head toward the moron. "What sounds more believable, that he was hitting on a girl and her boyfriend got pissed, or I decided to hook up with a guy like him?"
I could have told her not to challenge a guy like that in front of his friends. He was the kind of small-pricked wuss who would feel the need to prove himself. He took a step toward her, his face contorted with disgust. "You wish, slut." I didn't think. I just moved. Kind of like the other night when I just sort of found myself at the party. I now found myself in the jerk's face with Maddie safely behind me. I lifted him by his collar and slammed him into the back of my truck, making his teeth rattle.
"Ox, let him go,"
I heard Maddie cry out behind me. But an old anger that simmered in my blood was at the surface now, and I didn't know how to make it stop. It was an anger that came from spending too many years as the helpless victim, and it was an anger that was impossible to stop. "What's going on out here?" I distinctly heard my coach's voice coming from the distance. But when one of the loser's friends tried to pry my hands off, I acted on instinct, backhanding him so hard he plopped down on his butt on the pavement. I rammed the loser up against the truck again. "Apologize." He spit in my face. I saw red. And that's about the last thing I saw. My teammates were there and it all happened so quickly. I don't think any actual punches were thrown. There was just a lot of shoving and pushing and shouting until the coach and some other teachers had broken it up. When the melee ended, I looked around with panic tightening my chest. Where was Maddie? I spun around, breaking loose from the coach's grip as adrenaline ripped through me. He was talking to me, but I couldn't hear him over the roaring in my ears as I sought her out in the crowd that had gathered around us. She wasn't there. Where the hell? "Come on, Oscar," my coach said, grabbing me by the arm. No one called me by my real name, and the sound of it jarred me out of my crazy long enough to realize that Maddie was gone. She'd left. I let the coach lead me back into the school, ignoring the students who were clustered around, gawking and taking pictures on their phones. Something told me this would be all over social media in minutes. Thank God my mom didn't know how to work the remote, let alone the internet. Though the moment the coach sat me down, I knew there was no way I was going to get out of this without my parents hearing about it. Coach was not happy. Neither was I. Where had Maddie gone? Was she all right? This was where my mind was during the brief meeting that nearly ended my football career. If I'd had my head on straight, I might have said the right things. I might not have been great with words, but even I knew the coach expected some sort of apology, some sign of contrition at the very least, for having fought on school grounds. But could I do that? No. I didn't regret going after that little weasel, and I didn't care how I had to pay. All that mattered was finding Maddie. I was almost out of his office again, ready to do just that when his voice reached me, If you walk out that door, you're suspended for the next 3 games. I slammed the door shut behind me. My gut was churning with anger and frustration. The next 3 games? The next game wasn't a big deal, but the one after that? College scouts would be there. He knew that. But once again, I couldn't focus on that. Football would have to wait. Ox! Levi shouted my name from down the hall, and when I turned, I saw him and Kate chasing after me. Are you okay? Kate asked in that quiet voice of hers. She tucked some hair behind her ear as she nibbled on her lower lip with worry. I gave her a little nod. Maddie? Man, that was awesome, Levi said, interrupting before Kate could answer. Kate was Maddie's best friend. If anyone knew where she was, it was her. Levi kept talking. I tried to tune him out, but the guy was annoyingly persistent as he gave me a play-by-play of the fight I'd just been a part of. The fight I'd instigated, according to my coach. Maddie, I said again, interrupting Levi's play-by-play. Kate's eyes widened, and I had a feeling I'd spoken louder than intended. Kate gestured toward the parking lot. She left. She ran away from the fight, and I saw her ask Kelly for a ride home. Kelly, one of Maddie's many friends. Maddie had no lack of friends. I turned away from 2 such friends right now and ignored them both as they called after me. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to relive it. Maddie was safe, which was good. She was safe and probably still pissed at me for not listening to her the other week. Or maybe she was pissed at me for fighting. Or maybe she still liked that Alex guy and was pissed that I'd gotten into a fight with him. Whatever. She was okay, and she'd left. I was on my own. Good. That was the way I liked it. The crowd had scattered by the time I got back to my truck, and no one else tried to stop me. This was what I got. That thought kept playing on a loop. This was what I got for having a friend. I put the car into gear and shoved thoughts of Maddie and her hurt expression far into the recesses of my mind. She had friends. She had tons of friends. They could look after her. She didn't need me around. I'd been a charity project. I'd known that from the very start. But for some reason, I hadn't tried to stop her. I fell for it. I let her lure me into friendship even though I knew exactly why friends couldn't last. Because in the end, they'd turn. They'd run. They always did. And Maddie had just proved it.
Chapter 4. Maddie. I would never speak to him again. Sure, I'd thought that before, but this time I meant it. Ox was dead to me. I sat across the table at Casmo's, our favorite restaurant, and watched Levi and Kate be sickeningly cute together. Noah waved as he headed out the door. He was my other best friend's boyfriend, and he was on his way now to drive home for the weekend to see her. Sweet. I was so happy for him, and for her, and for Kate and Levi. I really was. I stabbed my straw into my soda with enough force that ice spilled out over the table. Levi and Kate stared at me. Kate leaned forward, her long brown hair brushing the table as her brows drew together. Are you okay, Maddie? I nodded and forced a bright smile. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? She and Levi exchanged a look that drove me nuts. Couples. Why did they always act like they could read one another's minds? Levi broke the silence first, as if by some unspoken agreement between them. Maybe because we've been sitting here for 20 minutes and you haven't once mentioned Ox or that crazy scene that went down in the parking lot yesterday? I stared at Levi in shock. It might have been the first time since I'd met him that his tone wasn't caustic and filled with sarcasm. I sighed as I looked between him and Kate. She really was good for him. I'd known she would be. I'd seen the two of them coming. I'd known they would fall in love the moment I saw them interact. They were different, sure, but the sparks between them had been through the roof. Same with Callie and Noah. She'd been telling me for years about her brother's best friend, all while assuring me that they were just friends. It had been a struggle to keep my mouth shut and point out that most people didn't get all breathless with excitement when talking about just a friend. So yeah, I was surrounded by love, and now I had a whole new understanding of the phrase, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. I didn't realize I'd sighed again until Levi and Kate exchanged another worried look. "What?" I said. Okay, maybe I snapped at them because Kate sat up in surprise. "Nothing," she said. Then she ducked her head and blushed. "It's just, you've been sighing a lot over there. Are you sure you're okay?" I gritted my teeth together. Yeah, sure, I was fine. Great. Never been better. My ex was back, along with his horrible sidekicks, and the guy I'd thought was a friend had gone and gotten involved when I'd expressly told him not to. I toyed with my straw as I studiously ignored the pressure building up in my belly, spreading to my chest. "What happened in the parking lot yesterday?" Kate asked gently. I shrugged. "You were there. You saw." I took a deep breath and focused on the menu, which I knew by heart. "Yeah, but—" Kate started. She seemed to lose her courage, and Levi stepped in. "Who were those guys? Why were they harassing you?" "Nobody." Silence. "I don't want to talk about it," I said. Levi gave a snort of amusement. "You don't want to talk?" I glanced up at him with narrowed eyes. There was the sarcasm I was used to. A long silence followed. "Where's Ox?" Kate's quiet voice cut through the silence, and something about the softness of her tone, the caring sweetness there, it made me want to cry. I slammed my menu shut. How should I know? And what on earth was wrong with me? Other than that breakup business, I hadn't cried in years, and now it seemed like I was permanently battling tears. I hated this. I hated Alex. I hated his stupid friends. Mainly, I hated Ox. Why? Because he shouldn't have gone back there. He shouldn't have gotten involved. He shouldn't have seen me cry. I picked up my straw again and feigned a deep and abiding interest in the contents of my glass. Okay, all right. Maybe it was irrational that I was still pissed that he'd seen me in a weak moment. Logically, I understood that part wasn't his fault. But the fact that he'd disregarded my express orders to leave it be? The fact that he'd gone and confronted him anyway? That still stung. Did he think that I couldn't take care of myself? Jerk. I hadn't needed him to step in on my behalf at the party, and I definitely hadn't needed him to cause a scene in the parking lot by starting a fight. He'd ruined everything. Twice. I'd been on my way to putting Alex back where he belonged, in the dark recesses where memories went to die. But now he was back in my life, and it was all Ox's fault. Not only was Alex back, now it was all a million times worse because everyone at school was talking about it. Sure, no one knew the details, yet, but everyone knew that I was involved in that parking lot scuffle, and there would be questions. So many questions. All thanks to him. Big dumb Ox. I stopped stirring my drink. Wait, was that why he'd gotten that nickname? If so, it was fitting. Kate leaned over and placed a hand over mine. Maddie, we're worried about you. I stared down at her hand on mine, and some of my anger faded just a little bit. It wasn't Kate and Levi's fault that I was having a bad week. I'd been the one to invite them out tonight so we could celebrate their new coupledom. And here I was ruining the vibe by moping over the big dumb Ox. You know you can talk to us, right? Levi said, his tone uncharacteristically sweet. If you want some alone time with Kate, I can go. Maybe Noah wants to hang for a bit before he goes off to see his girl. He looked around as if hoping to catch Noah on his way out. The fact that Levi would willingly go hang out with Noah when the two of them annoyed the crap out of each other was oddly touching. I let out a little huff of laughter. If Kate and I want to listen to you and Noah bicker over by the bar, we'll let you know. But thanks for the offer. He shrugged. Honestly, I said, pulling my hand out from under Kate's. There's nothing to talk about. They stared at me in obvious disbelief. A muscle in my jaw twitched. Here was the thing about secrets. They had a tendency to accumulate. It wasn't like I didn't want them to know about Alex, but a year had gone by, and going back now and reliving the whole thing, the heady falling in love and then the heartbreak that followed, not to mention all of this recent drama, it felt like way too much to tackle over a slice of pizza. Maybe if I'd told Kate at the time, but I hadn't. I'd kept our relationship a secret, and then I'd buried the heartache because I'd always been a believer in faking it until you made it. I'd smiled and joked my way through the pain then, and I could do it again. I froze as a new memory took hold. What is it? Kate asked. I hadn't just smiled my way through it. I'd worked my way through it. A smile tugged at my lips. Last year about this time, I put all my energy into a new charity project, and that had helped me take my mind off the breakup. If it worked once, it would work again. You guys are still on for the flag football league, right? They stared at me like I'd lost it. Kate spoke first. What exactly does that have to do with Ox or the fight in the parking lot? I stared right back. Nothing. Everything. But time's running out and I need to work out the logistics. And distract myself from my ex that no one knows about. Maybe I should do something different this year, you know? Keep it fresh. I sipped my soda as they stared at me. Man, keeping secrets wasn't easy, but once you started, it was kind of hard to stop. Maybe Ox could help, Kate said. Something about the way she said it put me on high alert. Or maybe it was the way she was looking at me, or maybe it was just hearing Ox's name said aloud again. I thought we'd moved on from that particularly unpleasant topic. Why would he want to help? I asked. For reasons I couldn't name, I didn't mention that I'd already asked. He'd said no. The waiter came over to take our order, and I was forced to wait patiently. When he walked away, I asked again, seriously, why would he help? Levi opened his mouth to say something, but I was on a roll. All of my original irritation with Ox came back in full force. He never wants to join anything, and he definitely doesn't want to be friends. He's made that abundantly clear. He didn't even want to go to that stupid party last weekend. I shoved a piece of pizza in my mouth to keep from saying more. That party. That was how this whole debacle got started, and I didn't want to go down that path. I didn't want to think about the drunk idiot or Alex or what either of them had said. Out of sight, out of mind. It was easier to focus on the stubborn, silent, irritating guy I'd thought was my friend. The one who couldn't leave well enough alone. When the silence stretched long enough that they were sure I was done ranting, Levi answered. Well, for one thing, he'll need something to do. Ox will have plenty of time on his hands now that he's been suspended from the team. I stopped chewing as I stared at him. What? I managed around a mouthful of food. I hurriedly chewed and swallowed as Levi told me what he'd heard from the social media posts I'd so valiantly been ignoring. Once again, out of sight, out of mind was sort of my mantra regarding all things that related to Alex, drunken morons, and giant brutes named Ox. By the time he was done talking, I was wholeheartedly wishing I hadn't just devoured that food. I felt sick. Physically sick. But I stopped to swallow down the nausea. But he can't miss the big game. Everyone at this table knew what the big game was and its significance, especially for Ox, not to mention the rest of the team. Kate and Levi wore matching looks of regret. Sucks, Levi muttered. I actually feel bad for the big guy. Me too, Kate said. I was positive I felt worse than both of them combined because this was all my fault. He wouldn't have been suspended if it wasn't for me. He was protecting me. No, he was being a tough guy. It had nothing to do with you. You told him to stay out of it. I chewed on my lip as I studied my pizza. He wouldn't have gone back and confronted that guy if I hadn't cried in front of him. But you told him not to. Kate's hand covered mine again. Maybe you should talk to him. It might make you feel better. I took a deep breath and met her gaze. Kate, who was always so practical. She was the one who'd convinced me that I shouldn't be so freaked because he'd seen me cry. Act like everything's normal, she'd said. It had almost worked for a little while there. Almost. Now here she was trying to convince me to talk to him. Again. I sighed. Maybe you're right. It might not have totally been my fault, but there was no denying the guilt in my gut. A guilt that was making it impossible to enjoy my pizza. I toyed with the half-eaten slice on my plate. We're supposed to be celebrating, I muttered. Levi gave me a sarcastic grin.
And this is one hell of a party you threw for us.
Shut up, I said. There was supposed to be one more person here, and I couldn't go all out because Kate would have never forgiven me. Kate nodded and turned to Levi. This is true.
Let me guess, Levi said, nodding toward the empty seat beside me. Ox?
I shrugged. I had other friends. I had lots of friends. But Ox had sort of become integral. He'd become a part of my inner circle, so to speak. The four of us had become kind of a crew at school. A foursome. I scowled over at my friends. He wouldn't have made this party any more fun. Kate looked like she was trying not to laugh. Go talk to him. You'll feel better. I set down my pizza once and for all. Fine, I'll talk to him. And when you're ready, she said, you know you can always talk to me. She gave me a meaningful look. Guilt flared again. I should have told her last year. After the breakup, I'd been happy that no one knew about Alex because no one looked at me with pity or asked how I was doing. Everyone around me acted normal because I was acting normal. And after enough time had gone by, I realized that it wasn't a total act anymore. It was almost like none of it had ever happened. It was like one of those proverbs. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? If no one knew I dated a dirtbag, was he ever actually my boyfriend? My whole secrecy thing had a certain sort of brilliance to it. It just wasn't always obvious to the casual observer. Kate and Levi were staring at me. What? I asked. They exchanged another telepathic look that drove me nuts. Are you going to talk to him? Kate asked. I sighed for the millionth time. Yes, fine. Guilt was winning out over irritation, and my voice softened a bit. I'll go see him today. Chapter 5. Maddie. The anger was back 1,000,000-fold by the time I pounded on his door later that night. He was ignoring me. I repeat, he was ignoring me. If anyone here should be ignoring anyone, it was me. Instead, I was pretty much stalking the guy. His address had been easy enough to get from one of his teammates, but the fact still remained. This annoyingly overprotective brute had turned me into a stalker. Great. Thanks a lot. I'd been texting him all afternoon and not one response. I even called and left a message saying it was an emergency, which, admittedly, was an exaggeration. I just wanted to make sure he was all right, that was all. Maybe tell him I was sorry that him getting in a fight got him suspended. Not that I'd asked him to. The woman who opened the door looked surprised to see me. She was joined quickly by an older man who had to have been Ox's dad. He looked just like him, except that his giant size didn't seem to be made entirely of muscle. The woman, on the other hand, was tall but super slim. They were both smiling at me with a question in their eyes. Hi, I said, giving them my brightest smile. Is Ox home? They gaped at me, and his mom kind of sputtered for a bit before saying, Yes, he is at home. Oh man, I'd kill my mom if she were ever so incredibly obvious about the fact that I never got visitors. Poor Ox. No, not poor Ox. I clung to my anger as his mother led the way up the stairs of their large, sprawling house. After she knocked on the bedroom door, she turned and gave me a weird sort of smile, like she was grateful or something. And now the guilt was back. God, what was it with Ox? Whenever he was around, my emotions went into a tailspin. A voice of logic desperately tried to point out that it wasn't his fault. I refused to listen. It felt good to be angry. I wasn't typically an angry person, but angry was so much better than any of the alternatives. His mom and I both heard a gruff response in answer to her knock, and her smile brightened as if this was the best thing that had ever happened. She opened the door. "Honey, a friend is here to see you." He didn't respond, but I was pretty sure I could translate his silence. "I don't have any friends." At what point had I started putting words to Ox's long silences? I wasn't exactly sure, but at some point along the way I'd gotten it into my head that I could understand him, that we understood each other. Stupid. I was such an idiot sometimes. His mom threw the door open wider and gestured for me to go in. Ox was hunched over at his desk, but his head was turned toward the door. I stopped short just inside the door because his eyes... Holy cow, those eyes! The guy was glaring pretty much all the time, but I'd never seen him look like this. I suddenly had a good amount of respect and sympathy for the players who went up against him on the other team. They had to have nerves of steel to face this guy and live to tell. His mom closed the door behind me and I jumped just a little. He didn't break the sudden tense silence. Of course he didn't. A fresh wave of anger hit me and I clung to it as I stomped over toward his desk. Sitting like he was, we were pretty much the same height. I could actually look him in the eyes without tilting my head back, and I took advantage of my new power position. "You're ignoring me now?" He didn't flinch. He just kept staring at me like I was some stranger standing in his room. "Seriously?" I continued. "Is that how you want to play it?" "Nothing." "Look," I said, crossing my arms over my chest. "I'm sorry about what happened, okay? I'm sorry you got suspended from the team." I should have stopped right there. I should have, but I didn't. I never asked you to get involved. He turned his head down like he was going to go back to studying. "Did you hear me?" I took a step closer so he couldn't ignore me. I hated being ignored. "I didn't ask you to help."
"And I didn't ask you to come over here," he muttered.
"What?" Sometimes when Ox spoke, it was so low it was hard to hear. But this time it wasn't that I didn't hear him. It was that his words took me by surprise. He looked up and his gaze met mine and held it.
"I never asked to be your friend."
His words hurt so badly he might as well have punched me in the gut. I blinked rapidly as air rushed into my lungs too quickly. "So, what? This is all my fault because I was nice to you?" He let out a noise that made me think this was how he'd gotten the nickname. Although maybe Bull would have been a more fitting name because his nostrils flared as he grunted. "What?" I snapped. "What's that supposed to mean?" He glared at me. I shook my head in disbelief. "You're seriously mad at me because I befriended you?" He stared at me for so long I didn't think he was going to respond. But then he lifted a hand, ran it over his short dark hair, and spun around. Apparently, he thought this conversation was over. I disagreed. "No," I said, chasing after him when he stood and walked away from me. I came up beside him and tugged on the sleeve of his t-shirt until he turned to face me. Wow, he had muscles. I mean, I'd always known that, but I wasn't often this close to him or this alone. I was suddenly hyper-aware of a lot of things I'd never noticed before. Like how good he smelled, all detergent and soap and manliness, and how he was just the right height for me to wrap my arms around his waist and bury my face against his chest. It was oddly appealing right now. I mean, I was aware that he was currently glaring down at me, but there was a very big part of me that hated confrontations, and kind of just wanted to cuddle up against him for a quick snuggle. I wasn't lying when I'd said that I was all over the place these days. I couldn't seem to stick to one emotion for the life of me. I just kept ping-ponging all over the place around Ox. He didn't say anything. He just stood there looking down at me. I should have known he wouldn't, but it still sucked. "Say something," I demanded. "Say anything."
"We're not friends."
Anything but that. I blinked up at him, hurt by his words, but also hurting irrationally for him. Because while he was still glowering down at me, I thought I saw a flicker of pain there. Remember that story about the bear with a thorn in his paw? That's what was racing through my head, even though I knew it was ridiculous. He was angry, and maybe that anger was somewhat justified. He was bitter and mad that he'd been suspended, and maybe he blamed me, or maybe that's not at all what he meant. "Do you mean you never thought of me as a friend?" I asked, trying not to sound as hurt as I felt. "Or do you mean you don't think you were ever my friend?" His frown deepened.
"Is there a difference?"
I nodded. The first is hurtful and mean, and the second makes me sad. He stared at me. "The second is also untrue," I added, in case that wasn't clear. He didn't stop frowning. I reached out and touched his arm and felt his muscles flex and tense at the touch. "Why would you think I wasn't really your friend?" He stared at me in silence, again. Well, this wasn't going to work. It was impossible to have a conversation when only one of us was talking. "Fine," I said with a sigh. "Be like that. I only came over here to say I was sorry you got into trouble." He stared at me some more. "And I am sorry." I bit my lip. Stop talking, just stop talking." So maybe this guy wasn't much of a talker. That didn't change the fact that I was. Words tumbled right out of my mouth. "But why did you have to go back there and confront him?" He didn't answer. "Nope, not this time, mister." I took a small step toward him. If I got any closer, we'd be touching. And while part of me really wanted to hug him, I wasn't quite ready to let go of my anger. "Answer me," I demanded. "Why would you go back there when I specifically told you not to?" He was quiet. I thought he wouldn't answer, but then he said,
"He made you cry."
I blinked. It wasn't exactly a mind-blowing answer, but something about the way he said it, the simplicity of it, it made me want to cry all over again. "You can't just go around threatening everyone who makes me cry," I said.
"Why not?"
I could have sworn I saw a twinkle of mischief in those dark eyes. Now it was my turn to stare. Was he teasing? I nibbled on my lower lip as I tried to figure him out. I'd thought I'd had him pegged. I mean, not totally. Nobody was that simple. I knew that. But he'd seemed fairly cut and dry. A shy guy in the body of a killer athlete. He intimidated everyone around him, so of course he didn't have any friends. And that was where I'd come in. I'd always hated seeing people not have friends. But now I would have given anything to know what was going on in that thick skull of his. What he'd said before still nagged at me. "What did you mean about me not being your friend?" He wasn't going to answer, I could see that. He looked like a stone wall standing in front of me. But I wasn't going anywhere. I crossed my arms again, pursed my lips, planted my feet, and arched my brows in challenge. "Two can play at this game, mister." I thought I saw the corner of his mouth twitch up, but then his dark eyes flashed with an emotion I couldn't name. He caved first.
"I'm your charity case."
I gasped. "What?" His shrug belied the darkness in his eyes. He was hurt. Oh crap, it was impossible to stay angry with the big brute when he was so clearly in pain. Damn me and my stupid gushy heart. "You are not a charity case." He didn't look moved. It wasn't even clear if he'd heard me. I put a hand to his chest because touching him seemed to be the only way to make sure he heard me. His eyes narrowed and darkened at my touch, but he didn't pull back. I licked my lips, stupidly nervous about getting this right. I mean, I knew what he meant. Of course I did. Kate teased me all the time about taking on charity cases, both actual charities and kids at school. But I never saw anyone as a charity. I saw them as people who needed a friend. Was that so wrong? I wanted to be your friend, I said, because you seemed like you needed one. Wrong thing to say. I saw it in the way his nostrils flared and his eyes sparked with anger. No, I said quickly. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant... He placed his big hand over mine and pulled it away. I meant that I wanted to get to know you and see what you were thinking, and... I was interrupted by his hand on my elbow. Gently, ever so gently, he steered me toward the door, walking me like I was a child or a crippled great aunt or something. When we reached the door, he held it open. I gaped up at him. Are you kicking me out? He didn't answer, but that was answer enough. Letting go of my arm, he held the door open and leaned against it, as if barring me from his room. Fine. Fair enough. I knew when I wasn't wanted. The door clicked shut behind me, and it felt surreally final. Like he'd just shut the door on our friendship. Or at least, that's what he thought. I turned to stare at the shut door for a moment before coming to a realization. I might have befriended him as a sort of charity project, maybe. But he'd become more than that. I heard his low voice in my head clear as day. He made you cry. My heart twisted a little. Maybe, just maybe, I was being too hard on him for his part in the Alex debacle. I mean, he'd only been trying to defend me. I didn't love the fact that he went behind my back, but his intentions were good. Honorable, even. I sniffed and started to move as I heard his mother coming up the stairs. Leaving so soon? She asked. Her bright eyes looked too hopeful, and the disappointment was clear in her eyes. She just wanted Ox to have a friend, and that's all I wanted too. I have to go, I said, adding with a grin, but I'll be back. By the time I reached the front door, I knew how I could make this right. It was so simple, really. I needed a distraction, and Ox needed back on the team. A plan was brewing that Ox would probably hate. I glared up at the ceiling as if maybe he could sense my frustration through the floor. Yeah, he would definitely hate this plan. So really, it was a win-win.
Chapter 6. Ox. Kicking Maddie out had been for the best. I knew it was for the best, but that still didn't make me feel much better as I roamed the halls Monday afternoon, just waiting for my next class to start. It was easy to avoid the stairs. That didn't bother me. That I was used to. Apparently, my fight on Friday was still news, and the fact that I'd been suspended was all anyone seemed to care about. I wasn't conceited enough to think I was indispensable, but as a starting defensive lineman, the team would be at a disadvantage without me. It wasn't the stares that got to me, it was the silence. I'd gone years without having a single friend, but I must have gotten used to having Maddie's nonstop chatter to break up my day, because I felt the silence around me like prison walls. The silence was all-consuming, it was suffocating. And I was overreacting. Not something I normally did. A muscle in my jaw twitched at the memory of the fight on Friday and of the pathetic words that had slipped out when talking to Maddie. Maybe I should rephrase that. I didn't normally overreact until Maddie came along. I managed to avoid eye contact with Maddie and Kate in our history class. 2 more classes to go and then I'd be done. I was aware of Maddie calling out to me when we entered the hallway after class, but I ignored her. I got through another class without talking to her or seeing her. Soon enough, she'd grow tired of talking to a brick wall and she'd give up. I knew this from experience. I wasn't always such a loner. Once upon a time, I'd thought it would be cool to have friends. I'd been wrong. After the class, I'd heard my name shouted out again, but this time I couldn't ignore it. Oscar Valencia. Only my coach used my full name, and only when it was serious. I stopped walking and faced the stares that were fixed on me as I headed toward his office. If he wanted to finish the lecture I'd walked out on, that was fine. I could take it. Maybe it would even get me out of last period. My hopefulness took a nosedive the moment I stepped into his office. Maddie whipped around to face me, a brilliant smile on her face. I blinked at the sight of her. What? What's she doing here? That's what I wanted to say. Words, though, not my friend. As this lady is here to discuss you, I thought perhaps you'd want to listen, my coach explained as he walked past me to drop down into his office chair. I glared at Maddie and her smile grew. I would not smile back. What are you up to? She came to my side and sort of squeezed my arm in a side hug. I recognized the gesture for what it was. She wanted to make up. She wanted me to say we were friends again. Not gonna happen. Not because I was angry. I wasn't. I never had been, not with her at least. I'd just been pissed at myself for getting involved in someone else's business. Hadn't I learned my lesson about having friends and getting close? Answer: yes. Yes, I had. I knew better, yet somehow this little pixie had smiled her way into my life, and I just sat back and let it happen. Well, not anymore.
Great,
Maddie said, as she took the seat across from the coach.
Shall we discuss my proposal?
No, I said. They both looked up at me. My coach arched a brow and Maddie blinked in incomprehension.
But you don't even know what—
No. I turned to face the door, but my coach's voice followed me. Not so fast, Valencia. This isn't just about you. That stopped me. I kept my back to them, but my coach kept talking. Now, your friend here has an idea on how you could make amends for your bad behavior without being suspended from the team. I turned slowly. The coach's ingratiating tone made it instantly clear that he approved of Maddie and her plan. When I faced him, my coach leaned back in his seat with a little smirk. Now, it's not the team's fault that their defensive lineman acted like a moron, so I'm willing to hear her out. He shot me a meaningful look. I suggest you do the same. Ah, hell, I was beat. I couldn't walk out on my coach again, not without being cut from the team entirely. And I couldn't explain to him that Maddie would bring me nothing but trouble, not without having to explain that to her as well. While I was all for cutting her out of my life, I didn't want to be a dick about it. She wasn't the type of person who'd understand that friends were a liability. She didn't realize that it wasn't worth it. She would never understand that I just wasn't a friend kind of guy. But they were both staring up at me as I hovered near the doorway. They were waiting to see if I'd stay or if I'd go. I didn't really have a choice, now did I? I sank into the seat beside Maddie and dropped my book bag on the ground. Maddie looked undeterred by my frown and not even remotely intimidated by the coach, whose sole job was paid to scare the life out of a bunch of cocky, well-built teenagers.
As you know, I'm organizing a charity football game, she started.
Oh no.
It'll be an intramural flag football league, she continued, presumably for the coach's benefit since she'd told me all of this before last week, at which point I'd very pointedly told her I was not interested. Her face lit up with excitement as she filled me and the coach in on the specifics, most of which I already knew. The coach listened with a small smile that I recognized. It was the smile most people gave Maddie when she talked. It was a smaller, less dazzling mirror of her own infectious grin. It was proof positive that her enthusiasm was contagious. The coach's response confirmed what I'd already suspected. It was impossible for anyone to listen to Maddie talk without a smile on their faces. Unless the person listening was me, of course. When her speech came to an end, I turned to face her. How does this involve me?
They both started at the sound of my voice. I was used to that. It was one of the side effects of not talking much. When I did, people noticed. I met Maddie's gaze, and I knew that my subtext was clear. What does this have to do with me since I already refused to sign up? Maddie blinked and then grinned.
You'd be helping me run it, silly.
A, no one had ever called me silly. And B, I was going to do what now? I shook my head. No way. My coach interjected. I don't know that you have much of a choice, Mr. Valencia. Using Mr. Anything was even more serious than him using my full first name. His narrowed gaze and furrowed brow only added to his severity. You need to make up for your mistakes, and this nice young lady is offering you a way to redeem yourself for your past transgressions while still remaining in the game next week. I shot him a look of surprise, and an understanding passed between us. The old jerk didn't care about me making amends. He just wanted me on the team to help win the game. And this way he could save face by saying he'd given me a different punishment. One that was somehow even worse than being suspended from a crucial game. I looked over to see Maddie giving me a smug grin. She knew she'd won. Why? Why are you doing this? I turned away and stared at my coach. I knew the answer. Guilt. Not much better than her motivation to befriend me. Pity. I shifted in my seat. Are we done here? The coach nodded, but Maddie wasn't so easy to please.
So you'll do it?
She scrambled to her feet to walk beside me. I ignored her until we were out in the hall. It was empty since class had already started up. I looked down at her. Do I have a choice? Her smile broadened, and for a second I could have sworn she knew exactly what I was thinking.
Great,
she said, patting my arm.
This is going to be fun.
Fun. This girl and I had very different definitions for that word. Later that week, she sat down beside me at lunch. The other guys at the table shifted their seats so she could force her way in.
Okay,
she said, flipping through a notebook.
This is what I've done so far.
I tried to concentrate, but she was too close. Maddie was the only girl who would get this close to me, and she didn't seem to realize the effect she was having. She kept smiling up at me, all eagerness and excitement, like this was the best thing to ever happen. Like she actually wanted to be spending her lunch hour working on a charity league with me. After what felt like an eternity of listening to her talk about flyers and logistics, one word finally worked its way out of my mouth. Why? She blinked up at me.
Why what?
She was playing dumb. It didn't suit her. After a second of silence, she sighed.
I was going to do this charity league this fall anyway.
She sounded defensive. I waited her out. She shifted in her seat.
I was. You know I was. And I figured if you helped me out, then maybe it would help you out, and... She pursed her lips a bit and hitched them to the side. I tried really hard not to be amused by the sight of her trying to clam up. She lost the battle after approximately 2 seconds. Okay, fine. And I thought maybe I should do something to help because I know you were only trying to help me. And even though I don't love the way you went about it, I do appreciate that your heart was in the right place. The words came out of her in a rush of air. She started to gather her notebook together, not seeming to notice that some of the guys around her were watching her with interest. I shot them all a glare that had them looking back at their own trays. She was still focused on her notebook, but I could practically see the emotions that were running rampant within her as they raced across her face. Frustration, hesitation. The girl was an open book. I saw the exact moment she decided to say what it is she'd been stewing over. She lifted her head and met my eyes. I'm still pissed at you, though.
I didn't look away. She had every right to be angry. Maybe it hadn't been my right to confront that guy, but I couldn't bring myself to apologize. Maddie might not have truly cared about me as a friend, but she was still the first person to try and befriend me since I'd started here sophomore year. That counted for something in my book. I wasn't sure if we were real friends or not, but I liked her. She was a good person, and I would always stick up for good people. Honest to God, I couldn't tell if she was reading my mind or just super perceptive, because her gaze narrowed on me.
I'm not talking about whatever stupid things you said to Alex's friend, she said. She tilted her head to the side. Or whatever you did to him. I can't imagine you said anything, did you?
I met her stares with one of my own. She sighed.
Right, so you did something then.
She shook her head.
It doesn't matter. I'll find out eventually. What I'm trying to say is, I can forgive that. I can move on.
I hitched one brow up ever so slightly because my curiosity was getting the better of me. If she wasn't still angry about my going behind her back, then what was she still mad about? She pressed her lips together and her nostrils flared. Yet again, I tried not to be amused. I didn't want to find this girl so funny or so intriguing. I'd already determined that my life would be better without a friend, particularly not one who was only acting like my friend out of pity.
I don't pity you.
My gaze shot back up to meet hers. Her eyes were filled with something fierce. The same look she got in her eyes when someone was rudely dismissive of her shy friend Kate, or when anyone gave Callie grief over getting kicked out of that expo game back when they were in softball camp together. I knew this look. I just never thought I'd see it directed toward me. For me.
Look,
she said, casting a quick look around to make sure no one overheard.
Look,
she said again. This time she followed it with a quick lick of her lips. She was nervous.
Maybe,
she toyed with the notebook edges.
Maybe when I first started talking to you, it was because I felt bad that you didn't have any friends.
She cringed a bit, but I kept my face stony and impassive, even though her words had landed like a punch in the gut. I mean, I'd known it, but it still wasn't great to hear.
That sounded bad, she said. Maybe you have friends. Maybe I'd read the situation wrong and...
I don't. She met my gaze and blinked a couple of times.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't bring myself to explain. I wouldn't, even though a part of me wanted to. For the first time in years, I actually kind of wanted to tell someone about my experiences at my last school. But old habits die hard, and once I'd gotten used to not speaking, it just became second nature.
Anyway, my point is...
She visibly drew in a long inhale.
I might have originally gotten to know you because of, that.
That meaning my friendless state, I assumed.
But that's not why I continued to hang out with you or why I invited you out with me and Kate and Levi.
She licked her lips again, and I was starting to wonder if I had a weird lip fetish because I couldn't stop staring at hers. I couldn't remember ever being this fascinated by anyone else's lips, but Maddie's were just so expressive. And the way she licked them right now, well, it was a struggle to focus on words. Hers or mine. She'd stopped talking, but her lips were parted, and after a moment I dragged my eyes up to meet hers. Hers had darkened, and I forgot where we were and why. Why? It was all I could manage, but it was enough to prompt her. Remind her what we were talking about, because I got the feeling she'd lost track too.
Oh, right.
She looked away and took a deep breath.
Why did I keep being your friend? I think the answer is obvious, isn't it?
She looked back at me. No.
I like you.
I stared at her, unable to move, unable to breathe, unable to think. I like you. She made it sound so simple, so easy, like it was the most normal thing in the world. It wasn't. I didn't have low self-esteem, I just knew the truth. I wasn't very likable. I never had been, and I probably never would be. I didn't have Maddie's easy charm, or even Kate's shy sweetness, or Levi's sense of humor. All I had going for me was my strength and my skills on the football field. That was it. And while that might have been enough for some girls, that wasn't Maddie.
You don't believe me,
she said. It wasn't a question, and I wouldn't have answered even if it was. She gave a little shrug.
Well, it's the truth. I like you. You're easy to talk to, and you're a great listener, and you don't talk crap.
I stared at her, and her lips quirked up in a grin that took my breath away.
I mean, you don't talk, period, but that means you don't talk crap, either.
I waited because I just knew there was more. She was getting to something. Sure enough, she started tugging at one of her curls, toying with it in a gesture that was uncharacteristically self-conscious.
I never told anyone about Alex.
I waited a few moments, but when she didn't continue, I realized she was done talking. You still haven't. Her eyes met mine, and I saw a flash of amusement. I hadn't been joking. I had no idea what had gone on between her and that guy at the party, or what her history was with that D-bag who'd come to confront me in the parking lot. Alex. Who the hell was he, and what had he done to my Maddie? Oh, hell. I had to stop thinking of her as mine. Maybe she really was my friend. I wouldn't let myself cling to any hopes on that front, but I did recognize that she believed we were genuinely friends, and, well, I wasn't sure what to make of that. I'd have to stew over that another time. Even if we were friends, Maddie was friends with lots of people. It didn't make me special. She leaned in a bit and lowered her voice.
Mr. Valencia, are you asking me to spill all my deep, dark secrets?
One of my eyebrows twitched up in surprise. Not at her joking tone, but at the flirtatiousness there. I wasn't sure she was even aware of it. Her eyes twinkled with mirth, not desire, but my whole body responded to that underlying tone of teasing flirtation. Maybe that was why I said what I said. You're the one who told me I was a good listener. She jerked back a bit in surprise.
I did, didn't I?
She seemed to be mulling that over.
I guess you do deserve an explanation, huh?
I didn't say anything for a moment because, again, words, not my forte. I wanted to get this right. You don't owe me anything, I said slowly. But if you want to talk, I'm here. She blinked at me a few times, and it took me a moment to realize that her eyes had grown all soft and watery. Aw, hell. Don't cry. It came out short and gruff, and really, it was a plea. I couldn't handle seeing her cry again. She shook her head quickly.
Don't be stupid. I never cry.
Her gaze met mine, and we shared a moment, a shared memory. It was weirdly intimate, but also oddly funny, like that whole crying episode was a private joke. I realized that my lips had twitched up to match her small smile.
Okay, she said suddenly. I rarely cry. Happy now?
I gave a short nod, and she started to move.
I'd better get back to my table. I recruited Kelly and Tiffany to spread the word, so I have to give them the deets.
I turned back to my tray of food, but felt it the moment she hesitated beside me. So, are we cool? I turned to look at her. She bit her lip and studied my eyes. I knew from looking in the mirror what she saw there, but somehow it always felt like she saw more. Her quick grin lit up the entire cafeteria.
Okay, cool, she said. We're friends again.
And then she did something so unexpected it turned my world upside down. She leaned over and planted a kiss on my cheek. It wasn't meant to be seductive, that much I knew. It was friendly and platonic, and a gesture to seal the deal. It was a friendly kiss, that was all. But the feel of her lips on my skin set my blood on fire. Every muscle tensed as if her soft, gentle touch had been a blow to the ribs. My self-protective instincts kicked in quickly, and I scowled down at the table, ignoring her goodbyes as she walked away.
Chapter 7. Maddie. Kate was looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Wait, she said slowly. What do you mean this is going to be a singles event? I reached over and patted her arm as we jogged slowly around the track during PE. Neither Kate nor I needed the extra exercise, but PE was a fabulous excuse to chat. I mean, it's all part of my perfect plan. Kate arched one eyebrow. Why do I feel like that should be followed by an evil laugh? I genuinely laughed at that. My plan is genius, all right, but definitely not evil. We both slowed to a stop as we waited for the rest of our classmates to catch up. Kate and I were the most athletically inclined out of this whole group, and we were barely winded as we watched the others huff and puff their way to the finish line. My plan really was genius, if I did say so myself. You'll see. It'll kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kate didn't look impressed. If anything, she was looking at me like I'd lost my mind. 3 birds, huh? I nodded and ticked the first 3 off on my fingers. With this touch football league, we'll be giving to charity, we'll be giving Ox a chance to work off his punishments, and we'll be helping Ox to find a girl. Kate blinked. Does Ox want you to find him a girl? I rolled my eyes. You know Ox. Do you really think he'd outright ask me for my help with girls? Kate continued to stare at me. She obviously didn't get it. But then she hadn't been there the day before when I'd gone over to talk to him at lunch, so of course she hadn't seen the disbelief in his eyes when I'd said I liked him. She hadn't been to his house and seen how lonely he was, or how hard it was for him to believe any of us could really want to be his friend. Poor guy. Trust me, Kate, he needs my help. What he really needed was a confidence booster. And what better way to boost his ego than to find him a girlfriend who adored him for the kind, handsome teddy bear that he was? Kate didn't look like she believed me, but she didn't argue. Are you sure this isn't just your way of meeting new single guys? She teased. My smile faltered a bit. She wasn't trying to be mean. In fact, she was spot on. Under any other circumstances, that would totally have been my main goal. Kate and Callie always teased me about being boy crazy, and maybe I was. There was no shame in that. Besides, dating and flirting had been an excellent means of diversion this past year. I'd drowned the heartache with fun flirtations and dreamy crushes. It had worked. For a while there. But right now, the idea of getting back on the proverbial horse didn't sit well. In fact, it made me feel like I might break out into hives. I think I'm done with guys for a while. One would have thought I just announced my decision to have a sex change by Kate's stunned response. What? I said, when she still hadn't said anything 30 painful seconds later. I don't need a guy, you know. I know, she said quickly. It's just, I thought... She stopped and we stood there looking at one another. Is this because of those guys in the parking lot the other day? She asked quietly. I frowned. No, hell no. This had nothing to do with Alex or his dumb friends. Her expression softened, and something horrifyingly close to pity filled her eyes. Does this have anything to do with why you cried at that frat party? I pressed my lips together and let out a little huff of annoyance. I should never have told her about that. Maddie. Kate's hand on my shoulder brought me back to the moment, and I was keenly aware of the fact that Kelly and Tiffany and some of my other friends would reach us any moment now. Maddie, you know you can talk to me, right? I gave a short nod. Of course I can, but there's nothing to talk about. Seriously, you're making too big a deal out of that fight. It was just a misunderstanding, I told you. Kate took a deep breath, and I just knew she was going to argue with me, so I cut her off. Look, if you don't want to help me with this flag football league, I understand, okay? I managed a silly grin as I wagged my eyebrows. I know you and Levi are in your honeymoon period, so if you two need your space... Kate groaned and rolled her eyes. We don't need space, Maddie. I knew that would annoy her, and just like that, the topic was dropped. I was kind of a genius sometimes, if I did say so myself. By the time our other friends joined us, I was ready to pitch the idea to them. Not surprisingly, the idea went over far better with these girls than with Kate. She'd never been much of a romantic. Well, not until she met Levi. Tiffany, my red-headed friend with ivory skin to die for, was beaming with excitement by the time I finished. Leave it to you to find a way to meet hot guys while volunteering. I laughed along with the others, but something inside of me turned over in my gut. And that was when I knew. I really was done with guys. Seeing Alex again was a vivid reminder of just how badly they could suck. I'd been trying to distract myself from thoughts of him and our relationship for a full year, but where had that gotten me? Maybe it was time I faced facts. I'd fallen in love with the wrong guy, and he'd never loved me back. "Are you all right?" Kate asked. She was walking beside me, and I dipped my head to keep her from seeing the pain on my face. "Fine, just got a shin splint, that's all." She didn't say anything, and I wasn't sure if she believed me. It didn't matter. I'd gone a whole year without telling anyone about my heartache. I wasn't about to wallow in it now. I took a deep breath. Nope, I was moving on, once and for all. But this time I knew better than to look for salvation in the arms of a hottie. What I needed was to focus on friends. One friend in particular desperately needed my help. "What do you guys think of Ox?" I asked. "He's hot," Tiffany said instantly. "Agreed," Kelly said, "but he's kind of scary." "Oh, totally," Tiffany said. "I mean, I'd never date the guy, but there's no denying he's hot." I looked over to see Kate rolling her eyes. I hadn't really expected her input, and I knew where she stood when it came to him anyway. He was her friend. End of story. But Tiffany and Kelly had confirmed my suspicion. All could agree that the big guy was hot. Not cute, but hot in that buff athlete kind of way. His features weren't classically handsome, but he had a certain charm. Something rugged and manly. I bit my lip. Not that I'd really noticed. He was my friend, and besides that, he wasn't my type. He was the kind of guy who needed a long-term girlfriend, and that wasn't how guys saw me. Even if they did, that wasn't what I was looking for. Not at the moment, anyway. Maybe one day I'd get back on that horse, but it wouldn't be any day soon. "What do you think, Maddie?" Tiffany asked. "Yeah." Kelly's voice turned teasing. "Are you into him?" I scoffed. "Of course not. You know he's not my type." "You have a type?" Tiffany laughed. "Yeah, since when?" Kelly added. I smiled, but it felt forced. "I'm not interested in Ox for myself," I said, "but I do think he has potential." It was a buzzword, and I wielded it with precision. If my friends were dogs, I would have seen their ears perk up. Fairfield wasn't a big school, and girls like Kelly, Tiffany, and me, aka girls who liked boys, we had been there, done that with a lot of them. The great hope was that there was a stone left unturned, a diamond in the rough, if you will. I heard Kate's quiet groan and ignored her. I knew what she'd say. It was none of my business. He wouldn't want me interfering, blah, blah, blah. But the thing was, she didn't know Ox like I did. He wouldn't ask for help, and he probably wouldn't even admit that he needed it. But I knew he was lonely, and I knew he deserved to love and be loved. It wasn't every guy who'd stick up for a friend like that. As much as he might have groaned and glowered, he'd joined that softball league over the summer on his own, and he joined that soccer camp when I'd asked him to. He might not admit it, but he wanted companionship. I could be his friend, and I would, but he needed more than that. He deserved someone who loved him above all others. My heart hurt a little at the thought. Maybe we all deserved that. Kelly made a noise as we all walked back toward the gym. "I'd consider dating him." I shot her a look out of the corner of my eye. Kelly? I mean, she was blonde and pretty and super sweet, but what? I narrowed my eyes a bit as I studied her. I just couldn't see it. But if she was interested, I wouldn't rule it out. I might have known Ox better than most, but I didn't know what kind of girl he liked. Since he'd come to Fairfield, he'd never once dated anyone, as far as I knew. And I always knew. "Seriously?" Tiffany said. "But you said yourself he's so scary." I frowned over at Tiffany, ignoring Kate and her sighs. "He's not scary." Well, okay, maybe he was a little intimidating, but only because he glared all the time. Tiffany gave a little snort of disbelief. Yeah, well, not to you. He obviously likes you. I stopped walking. What? No, he doesn't. Tiffany stopped too, and then Kelly and Kate followed suit. Tiffany arched her brows. He totally fought like 10 guys to save your honor. I gaped at her in disbelief. I hadn't explained why Alex and his friends had shown up, but gossip had spread, and the rumor was that some guy who had a thing for me was pissed when I jilted him. I hadn't taken the time to disabuse anyone of that not-so-true bit of gossip. As far as rumors went, it was probably the best light I could be cast in. Smoldering seductress who leaves college guys heartbroken and desperately in love. The thought had my lips twitching upward, but I came back to reality as I realized that I hadn't thought too much about what people would think about Ox's involvement. People think he likes me? Kelly's eyes widened. Doesn't he? I heard Ox has been pining after you for years. Kate let out a snort of amusement and I shot her a glare. Hey, it's not that unthinkable. Kate pressed her lips together. Okay, yeah, it was pretty unbelievable if you knew the two people involved. So it's true? Kelly asked. Of course not. Something about her curiosity set me on edge. What, one word from me and now suddenly she was interested in Ox? What a follower. Ox deserved better than a sheep. Her sudden smile didn't make me feel any better. Good. Tiffany's mind seemed to be going in the same direction. Why? She said, her voice laced with suspicion. Are you going to make a move on that giant freak? Hey! Kate and I snapped at once, but it was Kate who got their attention. She rarely spoke, let alone raised her voice. He's not a freak just because he's quiet. The other two girls stared at her with wide eyes. No one could really argue that without outright insulting Kate to her face. And while neither Kelly nor Tiffany was extraordinarily close with Kate, nor was either extraordinarily nice, neither was a witch, and they knew when to gracefully accept defeat. Sorry, Tiffany mumbled. I don't think he's a freak at all, Kelly said, all wide-eyed innocence. You said he was scary, I pointed out. She shrugged. Yes, well, that's just because he's intimidating. But I've never been one to be intimidated by a guy. She gave us a saucy wink before strutting her stuff toward the guys who were walking nearby. She only likes him because she thinks I do, I said to Kate as Tiffany followed after her friend. Kate gave another little snort of amusement, but this one was in agreement. They say imitation is the biggest form of flattery. I arched my brows in her direction. Then consider me flattered, I guess. But you don't really have a thing for Ox, right? Now it was my turn to stare at her in disbelief. Of course not. She nodded quickly. That's what I thought, it's just... I heaved a sigh. Spit it out already. Her eyes widened and I instantly felt like a jerk. I knew better than anyone how hard it was for my friend to open up, even to me. Lately, my patience just hadn't been what it usually was. Kate said pretty much exactly what I was thinking. It's just that you've been acting a little off lately. I sucked in a deep breath and started toward the locker rooms. Kate followed, picking up her pace to determinedly stick by my side. It's fine if you're upset about something, Maddie. You don't have to pretend... Who's pretending? I snapped. I was pretending. Last year at this time, I'd had a bleeding, broken heart and wounded pride, and yet I'd somehow done such a fabulous job pretending nothing was wrong that everyone around me believed it. Why was it so different this time? Maybe because this time there were witnesses. I should never have let Ox see me cry. That had been the beginning of the end. Now I couldn't seem to be around him without entering a whirlpool of emotions, and I couldn't seem to open my mouth without giving myself away. Kate placed a hand on my arm. Maddie, we're worried about you. I shrugged her off. We? I said, my voice uncharacteristically sharp, but I couldn't seem to stop it. We who? I stopped and faced her, a now familiar irritation rising up in me, despite the fact that my brain was ordering my mouth to shut. My mouth didn't listen. By we, I assume you mean you and Levi. Her silence was answer enough. So you and your new boyfriend are worried about me. Disbelief came across loud and clear. Please, you two are happily living in your little bubble, so don't try and pretend like you care about anything else. Her eyes widened even further as her mouth fell open. Maddie, I don't know what's going on, but you need to talk to someone, Kate said. The sweetness and softness of her voice was like acid on my guilty conscience, and I found myself snapping at her again before I could stop myself. That's rich coming from you, I said. You don't speak at all unless I force you to, but you're going to stand there and lecture me on how I should open up? To you? I didn't stick around to see her hurt expression. I turned and fled, not toward the locker room, but toward the parking lot. There were only 2 periods left, but I couldn't sit through them. Everything about this gym class had made me furious beyond reason. Tiffany and Kelly with their sheep-like admission that Ox was a catch, the fact that Kate couldn't leave well enough alone. I ignored her when she called after me, and I refused to think about how much trouble I'd be in for skipping school. In that moment, I hated myself, but I hated everyone else around me more.
Chapter 8. Ox. Levi and I were not friends, but that didn't stop him from talking to me. Dude, I'm worried about her. I shoved a book into my locker and ignored him. Maybe if I kept ignoring him, he'd go away. It was bad enough that Maddie kept pestering me with questions about this football league. The last thing I needed was to get caught up in Levi's relationship drama. He wasn't going anywhere, it seemed. Leaning back against the locker next to mine, he furrowed his brow and remained oddly quiet. Seriously, man, he said. I'm worried. Well, oddly quiet for Levi. The guy typically talked nonstop and loudly. Maybe being with Kate was having a calming effect on him. Kate's fine, I said. I obviously didn't know what was wrong with her to make him so worried, but I knew Kate well enough that she was fine. She would always be fine. Beneath the ducked head and the blushing, she was a tough cookie. A tough cookie who'd probably slap me upside the head for calling her a cookie. Levi finally seemed to come out of his stupor to give me a narrowed-eyed look, like I'd just sprouted horns. Not Kate, he'd said. Maddie. I stopped, turning to face him fully. Levi held his hands up. Whoa, don't look at me like that. I'm not your enemy, man. I let out a grunt of annoyance. This guy with his jokes. I wasn't mad at Levi, and he knew it. But what he'd said made me worried. It just so happened that I expressed worry, fear, anger, and just about every other emotion in the same way. It wasn't like I meant to look pissed all the time. Although, to be fair, more often than not, I was angry about something. Usually at the way people around me were treating one another. What's wrong with Maddie? She's been acting weird, man. Levi shook his head. She yelled at Kate the other day. Now the two of them are barely speaking. I furrowed my brow as I tried to take that in. Maddie didn't do angry. Well, at least not with anyone but me, as far as I knew. Those guys in the parking lot were being outright rude to her, and yet she still remained calm. I'd never seen her so much as frown at one of her friends, least of all Kate. If anything, Maddie was overprotective of her quiet friend. Have you noticed anything weird with her lately? Levi asked. I shot him a look. If I had, I sure as hell wouldn't go blabbing about it. But the answer was yes. Of course I had. She'd been nothing but weird since that night with the party and the crying. Oh, the crying. I couldn't remember it without finding my hands balled up into fists. What I wouldn't give for another shot at the jerk who'd been so rude to her. And Alex, what the hell was that guy's deal? I think you should talk to her. My attention returned to Levi, and I was pretty sure my look spoke for me. What? It's not a terrible idea, Levi said. I arched my brows.
Okay, fine, so maybe you're not much of a talker, he said, stating the obvious as he was wont to do. But that's all the more reason you should be the one to talk to her. I stared at him, waiting for some sort of explanation that would reveal his warped logic. She likes you, he said. I like you. Despite myself, her voice came back loud and clear. Those words, spoken in her clear melodic voice, had been playing in a loop for days now. I still didn't know if I believed it, but hearing it from someone else, someone like Levi no less, it was jarring. She likes everyone, I muttered. Levi shrugged. Maybe, but whatever's going on with her right now, she's not talking to her other friends about it. You might not be her confidant, but whatever happened in the parking lot last week? I shot him a glare. Every guy on my team had asked me about that fight, and if I didn't tell them any of the details, I definitely wasn't going to tell Levi. He met my glare with unabashed interest. You know, don't you? I glared. He was unfazed. Huh. Kate suspected that all this has something to do with that party up near campus, and she thought that somehow you were involved. He was digging. In all fairness, I believed Levi was honestly worried. He, like Kate, considered Maddie to be a good friend. She'd taken both of them in just like she'd done with me. She had friends who were normal and popular just like her, but unlike them, she'd made it her mission to befriend the unfriendable. Like me. Like Kate. Like Levi. Hey, Ox. I looked down to see a redhead whose name was currently a blank. I recognized her, of course. Fairfield wasn't big enough to have total strangers in our class. But she'd never once spoken to me before. Hi, Tiffany, Levi said, his tone dry as he said hello to the girl who was clearly ignoring him. All of her attention seemed to be on me. Huh. She shot Levi a quick look. Hey. Then she was back to smiling up at me, her head tilted to the side as she gave me a flirty grin. Will I see you at the league practice tomorrow? I blinked. Practice. Practice? You joined the charity football league? Levi asked. I was glad he asked because I was speechless. I mean, I was always speechless, but right now I didn't even know where to begin. The only question I could think to ask was, why are you talking to me? Even I knew that was unforgivably rude. Tiffany didn't look at Levi. Instead, she batted her lashes at me. Of course, she said. I wouldn't miss it. I stared down at her in confusion, though I'd been told my confused look was also a glare, so I was surprised to find that her smile hadn't faltered. She leaned in. I'm hoping you can give me some pointers. With that, she gave me a little wink and then walked away. What the what? What was that? Levi said what I was thinking. I shrugged. After the initial interest at the sight of a new kid that first year I'd transferred, I'd become largely invisible to the female population at Fairfield High. Every so often there was a determined cheerleader who just wanted to hook up with a guy from the team, but even they lost interest in the guy who never talked back. Every girl lost interest in me, except for Maddie. Levi surprised me with a laugh. Well, it looks like Maddie's evil plan is working, huh? I glared down at him. What, you didn't hear? I stared, wondering how long I should give him before shaking the words out. I didn't have to resort to violence. Levi was all too happy to spill. In fact, he was laughing as he explained. Oh yeah, Kate told me all about it. Apparently, Maddie is pitching this league as some sort of singles thing. A curse shot out of me, low and fierce. Levi grimaced and nodded. My thoughts exactly. Now I've got to go spend my weekends with a bunch of lonely single girls. Once upon a time, that might have sounded appealing, but now? He clapped a hand over his heart. Now I'm a man in love. I made a sound of disgust, but Levi ignored me, his grin broadening as he caught sight of Kate walking toward us. Speaking of my gorgeous girlfriend. He was off,
sidling up to Kate and wrapping an arm around her waist as she smiled up at him. The two of them were nauseating, but not nearly as sickening as the thought of being on a team full of people looking to hook up. Or worse, maybe they wanted more than that. I didn't do more. I didn't do any of it. I looked in the direction where Tiffany had headed and sighed. And girls didn't want that from me either. Or they hadn't until Maddie had done something. Whatever had just happened with that redhead, it had Maddie written all over it. I growled low in my throat. That was it. It was time Maddie and I had a chat. Levi was right. She wasn't acting like herself. And now, on top of that, she was meddling in my life. I caught up with her before our next class. Maddie. She stopped short outside the classroom at the sound of her name. She spun around and looked up at me, and I knew. Something was wrong. Damn it, Levi was right. Her brilliant smile was fixed in place, but it was brittle. The light in her eyes was filled with the usual laughter, but there was an edge to it as well. Like one wrong move and it would go from laughter to anger.
What can I do for you, oh co-captain, my captain?
She tilted her head to the side, and for a second I forgot what I'd been about to say. I swallowed thickly and tried not to notice the way the oxygen seemed to grow thicker when she was around. I could feel the gravity around us, pulling at me, making me want to lean forward to be closer to her, making me want to help it along and tug her into my arms. What the hell was happening here? She arched her brows. Ox? I cleared my throat and took a half step back. She shifted from one foot to the other before planting her hands on her hips and tilting her head back.
You know, it's kind of uncomfortable to look up at you like this. I'm getting a crick in my neck.
She was teasing. Her voice sounded like normal. Light, carefree, happy. For a second, I forgot about Levi's dire pronouncement and the fact that she'd apparently yelled at her friend. This is a singles event, I said. She beamed at me.
Brilliant, right?
She shrugged.
What can I say? It was an inspired idea.
She was serious. Reaching over, she patted my arm, sending electric volts into my skin.
You can thank me later.
Thank you, I repeated. This girl never ceased to amaze me with her brazenness. She had more confidence than the rest of our classmates combined. How she'd ever ended up dating someone like that jerk Alex was beyond me. I frowned down at her, not that it was my place to ask. She patted my arm again, and this time it annoyed the hell out of me. The touch itself felt too good, like my body had developed some sort of dependency on her. No one's touch should feel so good. But I hated the patronizing attitude behind it. She was trying to help me, trying to save me. Hell, this girl was going to be the death of me. I don't need a girlfriend. It came out through clenched teeth and in a growl that I couldn't help, but that would send most people running. It had Maddie beaming up at me.
I knew you'd say that, which was why I helped to spread the word for you.
I towered over her, but she didn't so much as blink at my glare. I don't want a girlfriend. She stared blankly as if that idea were incomprehensible.
Of course you do. Everyone wants someone to love. Everyone deserves to be loved.
She made it sound so simple, so easy. It's not worth it. I didn't even mean to say it aloud, and as soon as I did, her eyes narrowed on me with laser focus.
What's not worth it?
Dealing with the inevitable pain, the heartache, the betrayal. I didn't answer. She opened her mouth, and I knew she was going to keep prying, so I beat her to it. What about you? She blinked. For the first time in our friendship, she was at a loss for words and not me. Frowning, she crossed her arms.
What do you mean?
Really? She was going to play dumb now? I was pretty sure my expression spoke for me because she rolled her eyes.
This isn't about me. I just want to help you.
I narrowed my eyes in a glare, and she quickly added,
And all my other single friends.
Is this about Alex? I didn't even know where it came from, but it felt right. She was avoiding the topic, and I had a feeling she wasn't just avoiding talking about it to Kate and her other friends. She wasn't going there. While denial was something I could understand, I couldn't condone it. I was all for avoiding the problems of the world, but not by pretending they didn't exist. That only led to more trouble down the road. Of course, I didn't say any of that. "Alex," I said, noticing with a jolt of anger how she flinched at the sound of his name.
"What about him?"
she asked. She looked genuinely confused. "Are you trying to get back together with him?" That wasn't what I'd meant to ask. It was a question that had been plaguing me ever since I'd seen her reaction to him in the parking lot. Ever since it became clear that she had feelings for the guy. She shook her head.
"No, of course not."
A bitterness I'd never seen before flickered in her eyes, and it made my chest tighten because it was like her normal laughter, but so very different.
"You heard him, Ox. Alex and I were never a couple to begin with."
I stared at her, trying to figure out what she was thinking, what she was feeling. It had been so long since I'd worried about another person's feelings that this felt alien. Trying to sort out what was going on with her was like learning a new language. She took a deep breath, and some of the bitterness seemed to fade.
"This isn't about him or that jerk from the party. I just wanted to do something nice for my friends."
After a moment, she added,
"I'm not looking to meet anyone."
I found myself saying the first thing that popped into my head, one fact she'd made clear over and over again during our short friendship. "You always want to meet guys." She let out a short laugh.
"Yeah, well, I'm on a hiatus from dating."
"Since when?" I knew the answer. Since that party. Earlier that same night, she'd talked my ear off about how she wanted to meet a hot college guy. Then she had, and now she was on a hiatus. What did that mean? And what the hell had that Alex guy done to her?
Chapter 9. Maddie. Ox wasn't the only one who didn't believe that I was over dating. Kelly and Tiffany were standing on either side of Ox on the sidelines, either not noticing or not caring that he looked about as pleased to be a part of their small talk as he was about being on this field at all. "Of course Maddie would think to make this a singles event," Tiffany teased. She gave an eye roll that said, "Leave it to boy crazy Maddie." I turned to look for Kate, out of habit more than anything. She always had my back when my other girlfriends were on the make fun of Maddie bandwagon. I spotted Kate's back as she chatted with Noah, who'd agreed to help out when he wasn't away for the weekend visiting Callie. I turned back to Kelly and Tiffany. "All right, ladies, line up." They both ignored my shout. In fact, everyone seemed to be ignoring my attempts to get the next game underway. Kelly giggled as she leaned around Ox to talk about me like I wasn't there. She had to organize a singles event that was open to everyone since she's been through all the guys at Fairfield. Tiffany laughed. It wasn't clear if Ox even heard her. But I had, and my chest tightened to the point where it hurt to breathe. She was kidding. This was how we joked around. I knew all of that. Heck, I was the one who perpetuated the whole boy-crazy Maddie persona. I wasn't ashamed of the fact that I liked guys, but still, something about her words stung more than it ought. I saw myself through their eyes, and the whole Alex fiasco just seemed so pathetic. I mean, I'd finally fallen in love. Flirty, sassy, always up for a good time Maddie had finally fallen in love. And he hadn't loved me back. A football hit the side of my head with a painful thud. Levi's mocking voice called out, "Better stick to softball, Maddie." Laughter filled the air, and I cursed as I spun around to find that the next game had gotten underway, and I'd stood there gawking at Ox. To be more precise, I'd been staring at my two friends who were hitting on Ox. Anger rose up so quickly it hurt. They only liked him because I'd told them he was a guy to like. They were pathetic, catty, and shallow, and it took everything in me not to turn back around and tear their hair out. I clenched my fists as I struggled to get control. Who was this person? This wasn't me. I didn't do girl fights. I didn't fight with my friends or get weirdly possessive over my guy friends. I took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. My back was still to Kelly and the others, so when Ox's low voice was right next to my ear, I jumped.
You okay?
I looked up to find him glowering down at me. But here's the thing. At some point during this odd new friendship with Ox, I'd started to understand his glares. Not every stern stare was the same. Sure, some were glares of anger, but others were of frustration or annoyance, and some were out of concern. This one was the latter. Some of the tightness in my chest eased under that glare. Yeah, I said. I'm fine. Was it a lie? Yeah, it was. But sue me. I had a charity league to run and a Halloween party to plan. People were counting on me. I didn't have time to fall apart. But I wasn't fine. Not even a little bit. As I jogged toward the line of scrimmage to actually play in the game rather than be used as a goalpost, I was pretty sure this day couldn't get any worse. I was wrong. So wrong. Thanks for inviting the hottie, Tiffany said. She came to a stop beside me in the lineup, looking way too pretty in short shorts and a halter top. Had she worn that for Ox? I glanced back at him. Was he falling for it? He's cute, Kelly added as she joined me on my other side. Cute? Ox? I mean, yeah, I thought he was hot. Sexy, even. But cute? That was a word I'd never thought to associate with the big burly beast. Introduce us, Tiffany said. I frowned. Introduce them? They'd known Ox for 2 years. I looked over to her in confusion, and it was only then that I realized they weren't looking in Ox's direction. They were looking past him, further down the field. They weren't talking about Ox. Alex. Alex? For a second, I thought maybe I was imagining it. I'd been thinking of him so often these past 2 weeks, maybe I was hallucinating. But no. That was his shaggy dark hair and his confident swagger, and there was no mistaking that sexy grin. The sexy grin which was currently aimed at me like a weapon. I waited for the heart racing, the sweaty palms, all the physical responses I'd become accustomed to during our short time together. Or not together, as he'd so kindly pointed out. My heart pounded furiously in my chest, all right. But this response had nothing to do with attraction and everything to do with anger. I ran off the field, hoping to head him off at the pass, or at least before Ox spotted him.
Hey, Levi called. The game's this way, Mads.
I ignored him. It was bad enough that Ox had gotten into a fight on my behalf, and even worse that he'd gotten in trouble for it. I refused to let it happen again. Not over this cocky little turd. What are you doing here? I snapped the moment I reached him. His gaze moved from me to a spot over my shoulder, his grin never faltering. Hey, babe. Good to see you too. I narrowed my eyes at him because I'd seen where he'd been looking. At Ox. If you're here to start more trouble, I'm not, he said quickly. His smile was still in place as his eyes met mine. Then he pointedly looked over his shoulder. Do you really think I'd try to take on your boyfriend without backup? Not if he had a brain. I didn't say anything because I didn't want him to take it as a challenge. Besides, he had a point. Alex excelled at looking out for himself. Selfish and self-centered, that was my ex. Boy, I really knew how to pick 'em. His point was valid, though. He wouldn't have come here outmatched and alone only to have his pretty face messed up. I crossed my arms. So what are you doing here then? His smile grew and he took a step toward me. It was good seeing you the other day. I knew that look. I used to love that look. It was a look that said, you're the only person on the planet. It said, you're so beautiful, and I could spend the rest of my life gazing into your eyes. It said, "I love you." I hated that look. "It was good seeing me?" I repeated under my breath, as if that might help to make sense of it. "Yeah, it was a real blast." Amusement made his dark eyes seem warmer, almost like he had a soul and wasn't the devil. "It was good to see you," he said. "The circumstances might not have been ideal, but I've missed you, Maddie." I stared at him. He couldn't be serious. He eyed me from head to toe. "You look good." Oh, hell no. He could so not be serious. "You came to my school to beat up my boyfriend," I reminded him. The fact that the words, "my boyfriend," slipped out so easily rattled me for half a second, but I shook it off. Alex dipped his head a bit and his smile turned sheepish. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that." I kept my mouth shut, but my expression must have given away my disbelief. "I am," he insisted. "Todd can be a real jerk sometimes." I had to assume Todd was the drunken idiot. Todd was such a fitting name for him. I merely arched my eyebrows. "I don't know what he said to you or what he did, but I'm here to apologize on his behalf." "Uh-huh." My tone was flat. It was the best I could manage. "You came here to apologize for your idiotic friend." I meant to stop there. I should have stopped there. "So are you saying you didn't tell him I was a slut?" He blinked, his head jerking back slightly in surprise. "What? No, of course not." My nostrils flared as I tried and failed for a calm, steady inhale to cool my anger. But like every other emotion lately, it reared up out of proportion. I fought for control, for a smile or a laugh or anything other than rage. Anger won out by a landslide. My hands clenched at my sides. "I suppose you didn't lie to me while we were together either, right, Alex?" He took a step back, holding his hands up in defense. But his gaze was no longer on me. He was eyeing something, or someone, over my shoulder. "Are you going to tell me that you didn't let me believe that we were a couple? Are you going to deny that you told me you loved me?" I opened my mouth to continue, but stopped at the feel of a familiar hand on my shoulder. I recognized the big, heavy weight of Ox's hand. I felt his reassuring presence behind me. My breathing was shallow, and my head felt faint. I realized distantly that I'd said all that too loudly. I couldn't bring myself to look around and see who else had heard. Alex was backing away from me, but his smirk had turned to a sneer as he eyed Ox. "Relax, big guy. I just came to say hi to an old friend." Then Alex met my gaze and widened his eyes. "You know where to find me if you want to talk this out." He turned but looked back with a smug smile. "I meant what I said, babe. You look good." I was left standing there gasping for air as I watched the former love of my life walk away from me. Again. He cast a smile over his shoulders at me, but he kept walking. Good riddance. Now, if only the emotions he'd stirred up would disappear as quickly as Alex did. "You're shaking." Ox said it quietly as he pulled me against him. I turned in his arms because I didn't want to see Alex anymore. I didn't even want to watch him walk away. I wanted him to disappear, but more than that, I wanted to disappear. I could see my new teammates and friends hovering nearby. They were staring in wide-eyed fascination, and I could only imagine how much they'd heard. I hadn't even realized that I'd placed my hands on Ox's chest as I leaned against his warm, solid strength. But I felt his heartbeat under my palm. I focused on the slow, easy rhythm of his chest moving with each breath. I focused on that until everyone around us disappeared, even Alex. They were still there, of course, but they didn't exist in this little bubble of safety. "Maddie." He said my name so softly, but it was still a growl, and a shiver raced through me. My anger and my frustration made it hard to think. I had flashes of Alex's smirk, of Kelly's flirtatious smile, of Tiffany touching Ox's arm. Mine. The thought was the only one to make it through the haze of overwhelming sensations. Mine, mine, mine. For 1 second, I wanted everyone else to disappear for both of us. And so, I kissed him. I kissed Ox. I kissed Ox, and my life would never be the same. Chapter 10. Maddie. I've kissed a lot of guys in my lifetime, but nothing had ever prepared me for this. The kiss was magic. There was no other word for it. Heat rushed through me and my body responded from head to toe. But it was more than that. Something happened to my heart. It melted. Could hearts melt? Maybe it mended. Like that part of my heart that had broken a year ago finally stitched itself back together. Whatever it was profound and it was undeniable. We stood there frozen for several heartbeats, my lips clinging to his arms wrapping around my waist as if the move was automatic, a reflex. Everything about the kiss felt reflexive, like this was what our bodies had been made to do. His lips were firm and warm over mine, and our mouths fit together seamlessly. Our bodies even seemed to fit, even though we were of such different heights and weights and builds. Still, there it was, his big muscular body wrapped around me, and I just fit. We didn't deepen the kiss. It wasn't like we were standing there making out or anything. It was just sweet, simple, innocent. But I wanted to. I ached to deepen the kiss, to press myself against him in ways that were totally inappropriate for a football field, particularly one that was filled with people who were either my friends or who were looking to me to be a leader. Now was so not the time. Even though I knew it, I did nothing to pull away. Instead, I sighed. It just sort of came out. It was a sigh of bliss. It was the sound of coming home. It also seemed to jar him back to reality. One moment he was holding me in his arms like I was some precious treasure, and the next, he was a solid foot away from me, out of arm's reach and looking more distant than I'd ever seen him. His eyes only met mine for a second before they flickered to a spot over my shoulder. What was he looking at? I almost turned to look, but I didn't have to.
Your ex is gone. You don't need to put on a show,
Ox said, his growl just loud enough to reach my ears. It was just loud enough to stab me in the chest. My mouth fell open. I wasn't. He turned away before I could finish. And even though he was a co-leader for this charity event, even though he needed to be here to get back on the football team, and even though he was the only one between the two of us who actually knew the rules of football, he left. He walked away. I was left standing there staring after him, and I didn't think I'd ever felt so alone in my entire life. Alone except for all of my friends, of course. Oh my God. Tiffany was at my side. I knew you had a thing for him. I gave her a blank stare. Did she? I didn't. Her smirk made my jaw clench. Heat swept through me, and that familiar rage was back with a vengeance. But now I knew what it was. Jealousy. No, not just jealousy. It was a possessiveness the likes of which I hadn't known I could feel. She wanted Ox, but he was mine. Why didn't you tell us you had a thing for him? Kelly added, coming to her side. Because you'd only want him more. I bit my tongue to keep from saying something stupid. I didn't like him, not like that. I never had. Right? Kelly's eyes widened. Or wait, are you guys just hooking up? Tiffany leaned in with a whisper. How long have you two been together? I ignored them both, mainly because I didn't have any answers, but also because I was mildly afraid of what would come out of my mouth if I tried to answer. There was a very good possibility that it would involve shrieking. Luckily, Kate intervened. Kate, who I'd been a witch to, was at my side and leading me away from Kelly and Tiffany. "Come on," she said. "Let's get out of here." "But—" I looked back at the motley crew of single high school and college students. They'd all come here at my request because I'd promised fun for a cause. "I should get back," I said, but my protest sounded weak to my own ears. The majority of my brain was focused on the fact that Ox had left me. "Levi can handle it from here," Kate said. She looked back and I caught some sort of silent interaction between her and her boyfriend. God, they made me sick sometimes. Thank goodness I loved them both, or I'd have to defriend them. "Practice is almost over anyways," Kate continued. "And besides, more people have signed up for next weekend, and we can't form teams until everyone shows." I nodded. She had a point. Some of my guilt at being a slacker faded. I kind of wished it hadn't, because now I was stuck with all the other stuff. The jealousy, the confusion, the anger, the hurt. Why did he leave? I didn't actually mean to say it aloud, and I definitely didn't mean to sound so pitiful, but Kate's arm wrapped around my shoulders and she squeezed. "Let's get you home." Home meant her house, apparently, and for that I was glad. My house was tiny and filled with humans. My parents and my little sisters, namely, but my sisters almost always brought friends home, too. There was never any space to be alone. At Kate's house, on the other hand, there was nothing but space. Her mom was still at work and no one else lived there, although Kate expected to get word that her mom's boyfriend was moving in any day now. Kate made 2 cups of tea and set one down in front of me on the kitchen table. "I'm not going to order you to talk," she said. I groaned. "I'm sorry." I felt a little better once the words were out. "I was a jerk. I should never have snapped at you like that." Kate sank into the seat across from me. "No," she said. "You had a point. I was really in no position to give you a hard time for not talking when I rarely open up." I felt my lips tugging up. "Not without me prying it out of you, at least." She gave me a small smile. "Exactly." We shared an awkward silence, the kind that always followed apologies and making up. "I'm still sorry," I said. "Me too." We sipped at our tea until I couldn't take the silence any longer. "Well, okay then." "I'm not going to torture it out of you," Kate said slowly, "but I do think it'll help if you get it out." "Get what out?" I wasn't playing stupid. I meant it. I wasn't even sure where to begin. That kiss? My weird new feelings for Ox? The way I had a sudden and intense hatred toward 2 girls who were supposed to be my friends? How about you start with that guy who showed up on the football field earlier? Or that. Alex. She wanted me to tell her about Alex. I took a sip of tea and burned my tongue in the process. Guilt and shame warred in my belly. "I should have told you last year." She remained quiet. I guess if there was anyone who knew how to be patient and let someone talk, it was this girl. The words I thought I'd never get out bubbled up to the surface. They came out slowly at first, and then with such speed and emotion it felt like a violent upheaval. It was the verbal equivalent of puking. Pretty image, right? Yeah, well, that's what it felt like. I was purging myself of the emotions that had been festering inside for a full year. I'd done such a good job burying them, I'd gotten so good at avoiding looking at them, that I hadn't realized just how toxic they'd become. When I was done, we sat there hovering over our empty mugs and staring at one another. Kate's eyes were filled with sympathy, but thankfully, not pity. As for me, well, I felt empty, weary, gutted. But I also felt better. It was eerily reminiscent of how I'd felt after having food poisoning. When I said as much to Kate, she grinned. "Then it's decided. From here on out, we shall only refer to Alex as Salmonella." She lifted her empty mug in a toast and I cheersed her, laughing as I shook my head. "You're weird." She shrugged. "That's why you love me." I leaned forward. "That's why Levi loves you." She blushed as I knew she would, and the happiness in her eyes was so beautiful, it hurt. "I just want that," I said. pointing at the offensively lovely happiness in her eyes. That's all I ever wanted. Kate reached across and placed a hand over mine. And you'll find it. An image filled my head, one so lovely and warm and perfect it made my heart clench in my chest. It was a fantasy. It was insanity. It was exactly what I wanted. Kate was looking at me expectantly, probably because I was clutching the table and breathing like I'd just gone for a run. I nibbled on my lip because she didn't understand. She couldn't. What? She prompted. I swallowed down the fear that had my throat choking up once again. What if I'm wrong again? She met my gaze evenly, waiting for me to continue. I don't know if I could take it. Kate sighed as she set down her mug. Sure you could. She lifted one shoulder in a shrug. I mean, it would suck, obviously, but you'd survive. It didn't kill you this time, did it? I tried to match her hopeful smile, but it didn't quite work. I might not have died, literally, but something in me had. Something youthful and innocent and full of optimism. I was just so sure. You were young, she said. You still are. So are you, I pointed out. So how are you so certain about Levi? She blushed again, but this time she frowned, her expression thoughtful. I don't know. I guess I just have faith. In him. In us. She gave her head a quick shake. I know there's a chance that we'll grow apart, but for now, he's helping me to be the kind of person I want to be. And I'm helping him too, in my own way. I stared at her for so long she started to squirm. What? She said. Was that too unbelievably cheesy? Yes, I said, but it was also really nice. She arched one brow. Nice, huh? I swallowed. Okay, fine, it sounds perfect. That's what I want. Her lips quirked up on one side in a lopsided smile that was oddly reminiscent of her boyfriend. I didn't say it was perfect. I rolled my eyes. Trust me, no one would ever imagine a relationship with Levi to be perfect. She grinned. You know what I mean. I nodded. No guy will ever be perfect, and I need to learn to love myself before expecting anyone else to love me and blah, blah, blah. You read too many self-help books. She pointed a finger at me. Hey, you're the one who brought up the whole learning to love yourself thing. I rolled my eyes again. Duh, that's Psych 101 when it comes to relationships. She seemed to accept that at face value, for which I was glad. I didn't want to rehash our earlier conversation by talking about how I'd spent the better part of this last year focusing on loving myself because I'd read every single self-help book known to man. I did love myself. I had no issues with me, other than the fact that I was pissed beyond belief with myself for being stupid enough to fall for Alex. I loved myself enough to know that I didn't need a guy to feel whole, that I didn't need a boyfriend to be worthy, and that I didn't need a man in my life to be loved. I knew all that. I understood it. I could recite it all backwards and forwards. But it didn't change the fact that I wanted love in my life, and it hadn't made my heartache go away. Nothing had. Well, that wasn't entirely true. I thought back to that kiss. The kiss. The kiss that would henceforth be the benchmark for all kisses to come. That had done something. But what exactly? Kate leaned forward and she reached a hand out to cover mine. You know, she started slowly, I've always admired you, Maddie. I widened my eyes in surprise at the unexpected compliment. You are the most thoughtful and generous person I know, she continued. Not only that, you're so confident. That's so amazing to me. The way she said confident made it sound like a miracle, like I could fly or something. I couldn't really deny it. Not even being dumped by a jerk like Alex and having a broken heart could change the fact that I loved me. I was pretty amazing. Huh. The thought made me grin. But, she said. Uh-oh, I knew there had to be a but, I sighed. Her smile was small, sweet, and patient. Sometimes I think you get so caught up in taking care of everyone else that you don't think to worry about you. What's there to worry about? I teased. You just said it yourself. I'm amazing. She laughed as I hoped she would, but she didn't let up. You are amazing. But even the most amazing people need help sometimes. I opened my mouth to make another joke, but let it go with a sigh. She was right. Of course she was right. I should have talked to you or Callie about Alex last year when it all went down. Her only response was a little hitch of her eyebrows. I swallowed, rolling my lips between my teeth as I went through the unpleasant task of worrying about myself. Because here's the thing. Even when I'd been reading all those self-help books, I hadn't allowed myself to wallow in self-pity. I'd focused on keeping a smile on my face and on all my many winning attributes. But in not wallowing, I also hadn't dealt with the hurt. I'd just buried it. I'd focused on charity events and pet projects and helping my friends sort out their love lives. It was just starting to dawn on me that while I was studiously focusing on what wouldn't make me unhappy, I hadn't spent any time thinking about what would make me happy. The difference was subtle, but it was crucial. Kate had a point. Maybe it was time I started thinking about what I wanted, on what would honestly make me happy, and not just what would make me look like I'd moved on. Dating lots of guys and harboring crushes on college boys who knew me as well as my great-aunt Ida, who I saw once a year and insisted on crocheting me hideous sweaters every Christmas, that wasn't exactly healthy. Any self-help book could tell me that. They had told me that, but I hadn't been willing to listen. Why? Because it was so much easier to deal with boys who didn't know me. They were such a great diversion, a distraction from the pain. They were easy and simple and harmless. Unlike someone who might get close to me. Unlike someone who might be able to see the fact that I'm not always happy and that my life isn't always perfect. Someone like, say, Ox. The thought of his name was enough to make me grow still. Eerily so, if Kate's expression were anything to go by. Maddie? She said, her tone wary. Are you all right? I gave a jerky nod. Just thinking. She bit her bottom lip as she studied me. Are you thinking about what it is that you want? What you need? I nodded. Kate's lips twitched up in a little smile. Is it a someone? I gave another little nod, too afraid to speak. Something was coming to light inside of me. A realization, a dawning. It had started in my heart a while ago, and now it was making its way through my body and slowly but surely creeping into my thick skull. Kate arched a brow. Does his name start with an O? I let out a breathless little laugh as I nodded again. Kate grinned, but her voice was filled with understanding. It's terrifying, huh? I let out a long exhale as I met her gaze. Totally. Chapter 11. Ox. I was staring at my textbook, but not actually seeing it when I heard Maddie's voice. Your mom said I could find you up here? I looked over to see her hovering in the doorway to my bedroom. Except for the fact that my mom wasn't here to usher her in, this was uncannily like the last time she'd shown up at my door unannounced. Only this time I wasn't just annoyed with myself and with her. I was pissed. And this time I didn't even know who I was most angry with, myself or her. No, that wasn't true. I watched her hover in the doorway looking beautiful beyond belief, with her wild curls and her sparkling eyes. She had more energy and life in that little body of hers than all the other students in our school combined. She naturally exuded charisma and an intoxicating enthusiasm. Everything about her was beautiful and alluring. I let out a long exhale. I was pissed at myself, not her. It wasn't her fault I'd gone and fallen for her charm. She was who she was. I was the idiot in the room. I was the one who'd gone and done the unthinkable.
I turned my eyes back down to the textbook on my desk. Nope, still not able to actually read a word. She apparently took my ignoring her to be an invitation to enter because I felt her hovering beside my desk. When I glanced over, I saw her toying with some of the pens and pencils that were stuck in a coffee mug on the edge of the desk.
I was thinking,
she said softly. My head snapped up at the quiet hesitation in her voice. I met her gaze head on and nearly fell off my seat at the uncharacteristic softness I saw there. Her eyes held a question, a vulnerability that I'd never seen before, except for those few moments when I'd caught her struggling with emotions over that ex of hers. The thought of him helped to harden my resolve and my features. No way would I fall for it again. She'd used me. She'd needed to get back at her ex, and I happened to be there. That's all it was. That's all it would ever be. She must have seen the change in me because she drew in a quick breath and bit her lip. Then she blurted it out.
I was thinking we should talk about it.
When I didn't say anything, she clarified.
I think we should talk about that kiss.
I stared at her because I was unable to speak. That kiss. She made it sound so simple, like it was this little thing that happened and not an event that had changed the course of the world's orbit. For me, I reminded myself, it had been life-changing for me. Not for her. That thought brought with it all the bitter resentment in the world. I turned back to the book on my desk. I didn't have anything to say about that kiss, and I didn't trust myself to open my mouth, even if I did. I didn't look up when she moved. I half expected her to walk back out the way she'd come in, but I guess I should have known better. Instead of the door clicking shut behind me, I heard the bed squeak as she sank onto it. My head shot up, and I turned to face her. Yep, there she was, on my bed, giving me this saucy little grin that was pure Maddie. It was brazen, presumptuous, and full of that mischief that was her and her alone. I drew in a deep breath. At what point I'd come to see her so clearly, I didn't know. But Maddie had become the most vivid person in my life. She was fluorescent neon lights in a sea of white and black. When she was in a room, it was impossible not to notice her. And having her here, in my bedroom? Every part of me was on high alert. She licked her lips and folded her legs so she was sitting cross-legged. The fact that I hadn't invited her in or even acknowledged her existence didn't seem to faze her. A big part of me was happy she was here, but an even bigger part of me wanted to slap that part of me upside the head for being such a chump. I'd fallen for the nice guy routine once before, and look where that had gotten me. For a little while there, I thought Maddie might be different. She wasn't like Eve at all. She was different from all the other kids I'd been friends with once upon a time. Her voice brought me back to the present with a start.
You know why I'm always volunteering for those charity events?
I blinked at her. What? How did this even come up? She didn't seem put off by my lack of interest. Like usual, she took my silence as a sign that she should keep talking.
The softball tournament and now this flag football league.
The fact that she was tapping her fingers on her knees was the only sign that she wasn't altogether comfortable sitting here on my bed, chatting away to a guy who was currently glaring at her.
They all benefit the local youth athletics program, she said. It's the same organization that sponsored the soccer camp we volunteered for.
We volunteered? More like she enlisted me. As usual, Maddie hadn't taken no for an answer. The girl had practically forced me to be her friend. Out of pity, at first. She hadn't even tried to deny it. And then, well, then maybe she just liked having a guy around who'd do her bidding. What did I know? She turned her gaze down to my navy comforter and smoothed it with her palms.
Anyway, that youth athletics organization is responsible for all sorts of programs, but their real focus is on giving kids from low-income families the opportunity to play sports. They cover registration fees and supply the equipment, that sort of stuff.
I narrowed my eyes as I watched her watch her hands. Why was she telling me this? And what the hell did this have to do with that kiss? I saw her swallow, but her voice was normal when she continued.
Anyway, That's why it means a lot to me.
I continued to stare until she looked up and met my gaze. She shrugged.
I was one of those poor kids who they helped. So now I figure it's my turn to pay it forward.
I didn't know what to say. I mean, I never knew what to say, but at this particular moment, I really had no idea how to respond. That vulnerability was back in her eyes, that openness I'd rarely seen in her. It left my chest feeling like it had been wrenched open and exposed to the elements.
Also,
she continued, her voice filled with a teasing that sounded forced.
You know, I have a lot of energy and I can't stand being bored, so...
She trailed off with a shrug.
Volunteering helps me use my powers for good rather than evil.
Her smile was false, her voice a little too high and shrill. She was trying to sound natural and failing. And I still didn't know what to say. Why are you telling me this? I'll admit, it wasn't the nicest response, but it was what I was thinking. She bit her lip, but this time it looked like she was holding back a smile, probably at my expense. Then she shrugged.
Because it's something that not a lot of people know about me. I've never told anyone about that before, actually.
Why not?
Because it's embarrassing, I guess.
Her expression turned thoughtful.
I mean, I'm not embarrassed by my family or anything, but it's embarrassing to admit that I was a charity case.
But you don't see those kids as charity cases, I said. She shook her head.
No, of course not. But some people see it that way.
She picked at the blanket.
I'm sure some people would have seen me that way.
I stared at her. I still wasn't sure why she was sharing this history with me, but I also had a warm sensation growing in my chest. The room felt smaller, the air thicker. It felt like there was a connection here, and that had me feeling like I was walking on a tightrope. To give in or not to give in. Her eyes met mine, and I felt her pulling me over the edge, into the dark side.
Playing sports gave me a way to get out of our crowded house. It gave me a place to run off all my energy and to put my focus. I just want to pay it forward.
She repeated that last part with a shrug. That's nice. A muscle in my jaw twitched as I waited for her to mock me for my ineloquent response. I never had been good with knowing what to say, and in genuine moments like this, I typically ended up sounding like a moron. But she didn't laugh. She just kind of made a face and said, as if she didn't really agree with me.
I don't know if it's all that nice, but it's what I do to feel like I'm giving back to the people who helped me and my family when I needed it.
I nodded because, yeah, that made sense to me. After a silence that stretched too long, I found myself asking the same question. Why are you telling me this? One side of her mouth quirked up in the best little smile I'd ever seen.
Because I'm sharing, Ox.
I stared at her blankly until she sighed.
Okay, fine. Why do they call you Ox?
I frowned. Wasn't it obvious? I was built like one. She rolled her eyes.
Why did your family move to Fairfield?
I drew my brows together in confusion. Did she really want to hear about my dad's job promotion? She groaned when I didn't answer.
Ox, she whined. I shared something about me, so now it's your turn.
I stared some more as I tried to figure out what the hell was going on here. Why?
Why?
She repeated.
Why?
She uncrossed her legs and came to stand, planting her hands on her hips in a ridiculously adorable stance. I felt my lips tugging up despite my best intentions. I didn't want to find her cute. I sure as hell didn't want to find her endearing. This girl didn't care about me, and if that kiss proved anything, it was that I was already in too deep. I needed to back away. I needed to get some distance.
Why don't you talk?
She practically shouted the question. I blinked in surprise. Why didn't I talk? Did she want the real answer? Probably not. No one wanted to hear about a stuttering kid with a weight problem. I'd been pathetic. I just hadn't realized how pathetic until my last friend standing had made fun of me in front of half the school. But that was then, right? And right now, Maddie was waiting for a response. Her hair was as wild as ever, and she was still wearing an oversized football jersey from practice. I felt that now familiar twitching sensation. Almost like I was going to smile, if smiling were to come easily for me. I could smile. I was human. It just didn't come as naturally to me as it seemed to for this girl. But I had other natural talents, ones that I found out today she definitely did not have. Why didn't I talk? The answer was easy. Why don't you play football? She pursed her lips and gave me a wicked glare. Because I suck at it. I lost the battle and my lips curved up in a small smile that felt unnatural and weird, but not bad. I was rewarded with a wide grin that made my heart pound loudly in my chest. Also, the misogynistic patriarchy drilled it into me that football wasn't for girls, she added with a pert look. I blame the system. I nodded. Right, there's that. But also, I suck at it. I grinned. It still felt unfamiliar, but she was just too damn cute. Also, you're a midget, I added. She nodded. Right, there's that. We stood there smiling at one another for a minute before she tilted her head to the side. So is that your way of saying you don't talk because you suck at talking? I nodded. Something like that. She screwed up her nose and I waited for her to argue, but she just said, Maybe you just need practice. I let out a huff of laughter because, honestly, she was probably right. It was amazing how hard it was to start talking when you hadn't done it in a while. Same went for smiling, I supposed. Everything about it felt creaky and rusty. I suddenly felt like the Tin Man facing Dorothy. And that right there was why I'd learned to keep my mouth shut. Can you imagine how lame I would have sounded if I'd said that out loud? Not to mention, there was no doubt in my mind that she'd try and force me to be the Tin Man for Halloween. She was crazy like that. Maddie sighed softly, and the sound made me want to reach for her. I kept my hands at my sides. Maybe you could practice with me sometime. It was the wistful way she said it that caught me off guard. Like it meant the world to her that I talk. Like she really wanted to hear what I had to say. Remember how you wanted us all to dress up like the Wizard of Oz characters? She nodded, a hesitant smile flickering in her eyes. Yeah? Why? I couldn't bring myself to say it. Why? You don't want to be the Cowardly Lion? She tilted her head to the side to study me. How about the Tin Man? Her eyes held me captive. There was something hypnotizing about that mischievous twinkle. Or maybe it was that intimacy of being alone together in my room. Maybe I'm the Scarecrow. She let out a loud laugh and rolled her eyes. Oh, please. He doesn't have a brain, and I know for a fact that you've got a killer GPA. That was true. But it didn't mean I wasn't an idiot sometimes. Like right now, for example. How many times did I have to remind myself that this girl didn't want any more from me than friendship? If that. She narrowed her eyes. I was wrong before. You're definitely not the Cowardly Lion either. That much is obvious. Was it? Her smile broadened if that was even possible. So you're the Tin Man, huh? In need of a heart? I'd actually just meant that I was out of practice speaking, but yeah, sure. I guess I needed a heart, too. Sometimes it seemed like mine had been left behind when we moved. Which was good. It was the way I'd wanted things. I'd tried the whole friends thing. I'd even gone and had feelings for a girl. And I'd made the decision that it wasn't worth trying again. But here, now, God, my chest ached in that place where my heart used to be. For a second, I forgot about the hard parts, the betrayal and the pain and the hurt. For a second there, I felt a flicker of hope. Her smile made me hyper-aware of the heart we were discussing because it was pounding away like a bass drum. Well, she said, her tone soft and shy. I'm not exactly Dorothy, but maybe I can help you with that. Help me. She wanted to help me. With a jolt, I came back to reality. I was still a charity project in her eyes. I was the guy she'd befriended because that was what she did. She befriended the unfriendable. That was me. I should study, I said, turning to face the desk and rudely dismissing her in the process. I didn't particularly care how rude I was being.
Wait, I just meant...
I paused in front of my desk. I could practically feel her breathing as the air between us pulsed with some tension that I couldn't name. I could hear my own heart pounding at the sudden silence.
I didn't kiss you to make E. coli jealous.
I frowned down at my desk. What?
My ex,
she said quickly. I felt her move closer, and her voice came from right beside me.
I didn't think he was watching. I thought he'd left.
Her words sank in slowly, and I tried to process them, but they slipped and turned in my brain, meaningless and odd. She hadn't known he was there. She hadn't used me. So then, why? When she didn't immediately answer, I turned to face her. She was standing so close, her eyes so wide. I almost gave in to the temptation to kiss her again. I gripped the back of my desk chair to keep from reaching for her.
Why?
She repeated. She made it sound like it was a ludicrous question, but I couldn't fathom the answer. Why? I repeated. Because I had to know. That flicker of hope was back with a vengeance, and I hated it. And I loved it. I didn't know what she would say or even what I wanted her to say because I couldn't let myself go there. I saw her swallow. I couldn't look away when she licked her lips. When she glanced up at me, she met my eyes through the thick fringe of her lashes.
Because I wanted to. Chapter 12. Maddie. My breathing sounded too loud. My heart was beating too quickly. Oh God, what had I done? Stupid honesty, stupid truth, stupid sharing. This was a mistake. I was standing here stark naked. Well, not literally, but that's how it felt. I was standing there trembling and metaphorically naked, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Terror rushed through me as I met his stare. His gaze darkened. His breathing grew deeper. Those were the only signs that he'd even heard what I'd said. Until he kissed me. In one quick move, he reached for me, tugging me against his chest as he claimed my mouth in a kiss that was so much hotter, but no less intimate than the first. His lips slanted over mine, hot and needy as his tongue tasted my mouth, and his arms held me so tightly, it made me feel more secure than I'd ever felt in my life. I felt more than secure. I felt adored. I felt seen and heard and like the most important person on the planet. I felt cherished. I felt loved. I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him back, trying to show him without words how much I loved being with him, how much I loved that he looked out for me, how much I needed him in my life. Maybe I succeeded, maybe I didn't. Nobody knows. All I knew for certain was that he was the best kisser the world had ever known, and he was mine. There it was again, that weird possessiveness that had driven me into a frenzy when I'd seen him on the field with my flirtatious friends. Frenemies. Whatever. When we finally parted for that silly little thing called breathing, the truth kind of just tumbled out. Like all of a sudden I dipped one toe into the sharing arena, and now it was no holds barred. I lied. His frown was sudden and intense. I could feel his shoulders stiffen beneath my hands. What? I blinked a few times. Well, shoot, that had come out all wrong. I mean, I didn't lie. I wanted to kiss you just because I wanted to kiss you. That didn't help. His brows drew together, and holy jeez, he would have been intimidating if I didn't know what a teddy bear he was. But? One word, but he made it sound so very ominous. I swallowed. I'd come this far, I couldn't hold back now. The floodgates of truth had been opened. I took a deep breath. Here goes nothing. I was also jealous. He stared at me as though he hadn't heard. Finally, he said, "Jealous." He said it like a foreign word, like he was tasting it, seeing how it felt on his tongue. I nodded. Jealous. His nostrils flared, and for a second I thought he was pissed. But then amusement flashed in his eyes, and the sight of it took my breath away.
"You were jealous,"
he said. I nodded, and he let out a huff of air that I knew to be a laugh. Great, now he was laughing at me. Okay, this wasn't funny anymore. I shifted to pull back, but his arms tightened around me, tugging me closer so I was pressed up against his chest, my feet dangling over the floor as he lifted me off the ground.
"Of whom?" he said.
Of whom? The proper formal grammar made me smile. I didn't know why, it was just so not like any other guys. He was so not like any other guys. Here, now, being held in the death grip of his embrace, I felt unutterably stupid for having been jealous. Kelly and Tiffany? It came out as a question, and his laugh would have been irritating if he hadn't followed it up with another crushing kiss that made me forget all about embarrassing insecurities. It was such a good kiss, I kind of forgot that Kelly and Tiffany ever existed. The next time we pulled apart, I had to admit something even worse. I've got to go. He frowned. Man, I loved his frowns. Especially this one, because it so clearly told me he hated the thought of letting me go. I've got to cook dinner for my little sisters, I said. My mom works late. That had him releasing me, slowly but gently, until my toes touched the floor once more. I could tell he wanted to say something, or he was trying to figure out what to say. I waited patiently.
"What is it?"
I pushed his chest gently as if that would dislodge the words. Okay, so maybe I hadn't waited all that patiently, but my nudge seemed to do the trick.
"I don't want you to go."
I smiled. I don't want to go. I made a funny face. But you should see my sisters when they don't eat. Feral is the best word for it. That got his lips twitching a bit. I took that to be a win. Soon I'd have him smiling outright. Maybe one day in the not-too-distant future, he'd even let out a proper laugh. Man, I would pay money to hear him laugh for real. Come with me. Once again, the words just sort of came out. I didn't let myself overthink it, even though my belly burst into nervous flutters at the thought of this guy coming over. I rarely had anyone over, mainly because we didn't have the room or any privacy, but also because I was protective of my sisters. When I was home, it was our time. But I wanted them to meet Ox. More than that, I wanted him to meet them, and I desperately wanted to see how he'd deal with their youthful glee that would undoubtedly come with a new guy in the house. If he thought I was high energy, he had another thing coming. My sisters had more energy than the sun. He studied my face, and whatever he saw had him nodding.
"Okay."
I grinned. "Okay?" He nodded, taking me by the arm and steering me toward the door. I stopped just as we reached the doorway. I didn't know why, I just didn't want to leave here without some sort of closure. No, not closure, I just wanted... Oh, I didn't know what I wanted. I guess I just needed to know that this was real. That whatever was happening between us was serious. That I wouldn't wake up to find that this was a dream. Or worse, find out that he had some other girlfriend hidden away somewhere, and that all he wanted was to get in my pants. I looked up at him, and now I was the one struggling for words. He did that searching thing again with his eyes. The way they moved over me made me 100% certain that he was either a mind reader or he just saw me better than anyone else on the planet.
"You're so beautiful."
His voice was so low I almost didn't catch it. But I did. I shivered, as much from the unexpectedness of his words as the reverent tone. I glanced down at the oversized jersey I was wearing, the old Eagles one I'd snagged from my dad's closet. "Oh yeah?" I gave him my best flirtatious grin. "So Sporty Spice is your thing, huh?"
"On you?" "Yes."
His eyes danced with laughter and affection, but his voice was totally serious. He hesitated for a second.
"I'd like anything on you."
I opened my mouth. My first instinct was to tease him. I mean, that was a pretty cheesy line, and it was rife with double entendres. But something told me that even saying that much was a rare gift, and it was one I treasured. Maybe one day in the very near future I could tease him when he said something cheesy, but not until he was ready. Besides, I was kind of too busy swooning over what he'd said. Cheesy or not, it was heartwarmingly sweet. It also got me thinking. I tugged at the hem of the jersey. We have that Halloween party coming up, and I had an idea. Well, truth be told, I'd had the idea before, but now it just seemed way too perfect. That possessive little maniac in me absolutely adored the idea of claiming Ox as my boyfriend in front of all of our friends, namely Kelly and Tiffany. Yes, I was catty when I was jealous, and no, I wouldn't apologize for it. Reaching up, I linked my arm through his and tilted my head back to give him a smile. You ready to meet my little sisters? He nodded and we headed for the stairs. I should warn you, I said. They're even more outgoing than I am.
Impossible.
He said it in that gruff way of his, but I heard the teasing note, and it made my whole belly warm. There was something so beautiful about knowing that I was one of the lucky few who ever got to see this side of him. Ox was mine. We might not have defined the relationship yet, but I knew it deep down inside. He was mine, and I was his. Now I just needed to make sure the whole world knew it.
Chapter 13. Ox. For the first time in my life, I wasn't at ease on a football field. I was actually nervous. That had never happened before, not when I had a ball in my hands and was working on the next play. But my nerves had absolutely nothing to do with the scrimmage that was underway, and everything to do with a cute little midget currently playing running back for the other team. 1 week had passed since we'd made out in my bedroom, and then spent an amazing evening cooking dinner for her crazy little sisters. 1 week of complete and utter confusion. Maddie let out a little shriek as she stumbled backwards and landed on her butt while scrambling for the ball. In true Maddie fashion, though, she tilted her head back and let out a loud laugh. This girl was great at laughing at herself, and at everyone around her. Maddie loved to laugh, and it had been immediately apparent 1 week ago that she shared this trait with her sisters. Between the three of them, I'd been surrounded by more outgoing, affectionate females than I'd ever come across in one room. It had been overwhelming, but also kind of amazing. Her sisters welcomed me with open arms, literally. Lots of hugging went on that night, and I'd watched in amazement as Maddie had listened to their stories, asked all kinds of questions about classmates and enemies and gossip. It was clear that Maddie was an involved older sister. For the first time in my life, I envied someone for having siblings. Her sisters asked me countless questions, but Maddie fended them off, jokingly telling them that I was in witness protection and wasn't allowed to answer any personal questions. They'd laughed. So had I. Did I mention it was a great night? Maybe, quite possibly, the best day of my life. I mean, for the first time ever, I'd gotten the girl. Me. Someone I liked cared for me in return. The novelty of it had made me want to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. And then we'd gone back to reality. Sunday, I got a few texts from her, but she was busy with family stuff. Then on Monday, we went about our school day, and it was like nothing had ever happened. No, that wasn't quite right. It was like we were back where we were a couple weeks ago. She ignored me. Not in a mean way, but she was clearly avoiding me. Or maybe she hadn't ignored me and then I'd ignored her? I didn't know. All I knew was that she was back to acting weird, but apparently only around me. Of course, it was possible I was overreacting. The girl was busy, like crazy busy. Every time I did see her, she was rushing off to coordinate the next scrimmage or make plans for the final tournament after Thanksgiving. When she wasn't working on league stuff, she was planning for the Halloween party with Kate. She was very clearly busy and maybe just too busy for me. She glanced over at me as the rest of her teammates hustled off the field. She gave me a shy little smile that warmed my heart and made the anxiety that had been brewing in my gut take a break. I was officially turning into an overanalyzing idiot.
Look at her. She was happy and laughing. She wasn't on edge and snapping at her friends. So that was good. Right? While I was happy to see her back to her normal, happy-go-lucky self, I couldn't help but think that we'd swap places. I didn't know what was going on between us, and I hated that. This uncertainty had started up as soon as I'd left her at her house with her sisters. A quick peck goodnight, all I could sneak under the watchful eyes of her family. I'd gotten into my truck, driven back home, and immediately started to doubt that any of it had happened. Things like this just didn't happen to me. And maybe they still didn't. I watched her run off the field, but not toward me. She was heading toward Trent and a couple other guys from my team. She talked them into joining, probably with the promise that they'd be meeting lots of single girls. Can't take your eyes off your girl, huh? Levi came to a stop beside me, and Noah headed in our direction as well. I glared at Levi. He'd done nothing but tease me about that kiss on the field for the past week. I was hardly about to give him any more fodder. Callie told me you two were a thing now, Noah said. Callie was one of Maddie's best friends, so if Maddie told Callie that, and Callie told Noah, that was a good sign, right? Oh man, pathetic was too good a word for my current state. What kind of guy didn't know if he had a girlfriend or not? I lifted my head to look past him to where Maddie was talking animatedly to my football teammates. I should be over there. I should have my arm around her. It should be me basking in the glow of that smile. So why was I over here in a weird bro huddle gossiping about my love life when the girl I loved was over there chatting up my teammates? Wait, hold up. Love? Who said anything about love? Levi's voice cut into my catatonic state. Dude, are you going into a rage or something? Shut up, Levi, Noah said before taking a swig of his water bottle. I'm just saying. Ox is looking over there like he's going to turn green and bust out of his clothes. Levi dropped his voice. You won't like me when I'm angry. I was only dimly aware of his horrible Hulk impersonation. I'd stunned myself stupid with the casual L-word usage. I didn't love Maddie. Did I? No one fell in love that quickly. And even if they did, they were certain that the other person felt the same. Right? Noah stepped into my line of vision. Are you going with Maddie to the party tonight? I stared at him blankly, my mind still racing to uncover the mysteries of love. I meant to say, what? But it came out as a sort of grunt instead. Noah understood nonetheless. The costume party, he prompted. Are you going? Levi asked Noah. Yeah, Callie's driving up for it. She promised Maddie and Kate she'd help decorate. I can't believe Kate let Maddie talk her into hosting, Levi said with a shake of his head. His gaze followed Kate, who was handing out some equipment to Kelly and Tiffany, who'd just arrived, late as usual. The moment Levi's gaze found Kate, his smirk turned into a dopey grin that made me mildly nauseous. Was that what love looked like? Did I look that stupid every time I thought about Maddie? Aw, hell. So, you going? Noah asked. I met his gaze evenly. I had no answer. Maddie hadn't mentioned anything to me about the party, not since she'd tried to convince me that I should help plan it. Levi turned his attention back to us. To me, to be more precise. Are you going with Maddie? The way he sang her name, like we were in middle school and was about to start singing Kissing, made my hands clench into fists. I wouldn't really hit him, but sometimes Levi needed to be put in his place. In true form, Levi backed away with his hands up. Okay, he laughed. I get it. You're not in the mood to share. I can respect that. He ran off and wrapped his arms around Kate from behind, lifting her off her feet and making her laugh. Noah watched them too. He's an idiot, he said, though his tone was more of a tolerant older brother than an annoyed former coach. I grunted my agreement and Noah sighed. But at least he's good for Kate. I nodded silently at that. There was no denying that despite his annoying tendencies, he worshipped the ground that Kate walked on. She deserved that. They evened each other out in a weird sort of way. They pushed each other. They made each other better. I found myself seeking out Maddie again.
"So, you and Maddie, huh?" Noah said. I didn't acknowledge him. If he expected an answer, he clearly hadn't met me. "I've got to admit, I did not see that coming," Noah continued. He seemed unperturbed by my silence. Maybe he did know me after all. He also knew Maddie, and the fact that he was clearly confused by our whatever this was between us did not make me feel awesome. He was pretty much saying what I was thinking, what everyone around us was probably thinking. What the hell was she doing with him? Noah clapped a hand on my shoulder, and I was forced to tear my gaze away from Maddie and look at Noah. "I'm happy for you, man." He gave me a slow smile that I remembered well from my time as a player on his team. "Callie is too. She'll be psyched to see you both with her own eyes at the party." I gave him a little nod as he headed over toward Levi and Kate. A nod was the best I could do. I wasn't even sure I was invited to the party, let alone as Maddie's date. Sure, we'd had a spectacular kiss. Or 2. Or 3. And yeah, it was cool that she'd invited me to hang out with her family. But in the week since, we'd been nothing but buddies, if that. And now she was flirting with my teammates. Or maybe that was paranoia talking. Kelly sidled up beside me next, and it was a struggle not to sigh in exasperation. All I wanted was a moment to myself to think, and no one seemed to get it. I stiffened when she threaded her arm through mine and held on for dear life. Maddie did that. Maddie had always done that even before we were friends. It was a singularly Maddie thing to do. Having Kelly link arms with me just felt wrong, and a big part of me was worried that Maddie would see and get jealous again. She'd been jealous. I'm not proud of how happy that made me. Even now, when I wasn't sure if she still felt the same or if she'd already started to lose interest, I clung to that thought like a lifeline.
"So you and Mads, huh?" Kelly said.
Her voice was teasing, but I could hear the tinge of acid there. Thank God Maddie had friends like Callie and Kate. Kelly and the other popular girls at our school didn't deserve to be her friend. I looked down at her with a disapproving frown before turning my attention back to Maddie. Kelly's sigh was as fake as she was.
"I hope you two are happy together, but—"
I stiffened again. I wouldn't give in. Nope. She was trying to stir up trouble, and she didn't know any more about my pseudo-potential maybe relationship than I did. She stroked my arm, and I got annoyed on Maddie's behalf.
"Look, Ox, you seem like a sweet guy."
I glanced down at her with a frown. She thought I was sweet? What on earth had given her that impression?
"I really like you," she said,
her eyes softening as they met mine.
"And I think we could be good together."
What the what? She glanced over at Maddie and gave me a little grimace.
"Not to be mean, but our girl Maddie isn't really—"
She sighed again and bit her lip.
"She kind of has a short attention span, you know?"
When I stared at her blankly, she added,
"With guys, I mean."
I knew what she meant. A roaring sound filled my ears as I realized what she was trying to tell me. She was wrong. I knew she was wrong. She didn't know Maddie, not like I did. But then again, I didn't know Maddie all that well either. We'd only started spending time together this past summer. It had only been a couple of months. Kelly turned back to look at Maddie, and I followed her gaze. When she talked again, I barely heard her. My head was buzzing with an insistent, noisy tone that seemed to say, "I told you so." It said, "You knew this was too good to be true." Because just then, Maddie laughed loudly and went up on tiptoe, whispering something in Trent's ear that had him grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Or the girl.
Chapter 14. Maddie. "And then he left," I said. "He just left." Kate frowned over at me as we strung up some orange lights in her family's living room. Correction, Kate and Callie strung lights. I was standing nearby, pretending to help. In all honesty, I was stewing and obsessing, and maybe there was a little psychoanalyzing involved. But really, he'd just left. He'd walked off the field without so much as a see ya.
Maybe he had somewhere to be, Callie offered. Sure, this was probably the logical conclusion that most people would come to after watching the guy they were theoretically dating walk off the football field 5 minutes before the event was supposed to end. But I didn't buy it.
I didn't see you go over there and talk to him. Kate said it blandly, like it was just a random observation and not a pointed remark. I shifted uncomfortably and checked my phone for the millionth time. Still no text from Ox. Granted, I hadn't texted him either. I hadn't called him, and I hadn't chased after him because, well, just because. I didn't really want to think about why, because I had a nagging pit of shame over my cowardice. But I'd made the first move. I'd put myself out there and invited him into my home and kissed him with everything I had, and then he'd gone back to being the silent, grouchy shadow who lurked in the Fairfield High hallways. I don't know what I'd expected, but I'd hoped he'd do something. Put an arm around me, sneak a kiss by my locker, something. Instead, he just watched me, like always. Maybe he thought you'd lost interest. Callie's suggestion had my head snapping up, and I frowned at her. I went over to his house and basically declared my love, I said. Kate arched one expressive brow, and I rolled my eyes. Okay, fine, so I didn't exactly say those words, but you know what I mean. I looked between my two best friends. I opened up to him. Callie climbed down off her step stool to give me a big hug. I'm so proud of you. I rolled my eyes because it was slightly condescending, but patted her back because it was still nice to hear. It wasn't that big a deal, I muttered. Yes, it was, she insisted. Kate widened her eyes. It's such a big deal. Well, for Kate, yeah. She was as shy as they came. And maybe even for Callie, because as much as she was outgoing, her whole lifelong friendship with Noah had been at risk when they'd decided to take the plunge into a relationship. But me? Callie kept one arm slung across my shoulders as we both faced Kate, who was now hanging decorations solo. Seriously, Maddie, it takes guts to get back on the horse after you've been hurt. I spilled the whole story to Callie not long after she'd gotten into town. It wasn't a horse, I muttered. It was an ox. Kate let out a little snort of laughter, and Callie smiled. The tense moment eased slightly as I'd intended. Callie bumped her hip against mine. You know what I mean. I did, and maybe she was right. Telling Ox how I felt had been the scariest thing I'd done in a long, long time. Maybe in forever. Telling Alex how I felt had been easy, but with Ox, well, I had a mountain of evidence telling me that I couldn't trust my heart. And yet I had, to a certain extent. I nibbled on my lip. Maybe I should have talked to him yesterday. Or this week. Kate and Callie exchanged a look. The look was easy to read. You think? In my defense, it wasn't like I'd intentionally been ignoring him. I'd just intentionally been ignoring him. There were no two ways to look at it. I'd been a freak this week and I knew it. But come Monday morning, everything had seemed so different. So real. It wasn't just the two of us in his bedroom or the two of us surrounded by the ever-distracting little sisters. It had been the two of us at school, surrounded by everyone we knew. And I'd frozen. I'd retreated into what I did best. I'd kept busy, I'd kept a smile on my face, and I studiously avoided being alone with Ox because why? Callie's arm tightened around my shoulder as I sighed. Yeah, okay, maybe I'd been a little afraid. Maybe I'd worried that he'd changed his mind or that I was making another mistake. Maybe I was afraid that my heart would be broken once again. It was official. I should be the cowardly lion. The non sequitur had both of my friends staring at me blankly. Right, they hadn't been there for that whole conversation. I shook my head. It wasn't worth explaining since I'd changed my mind about my costume anyway. Taking a deep breath, I straightened, Callie's arm falling away as I stood on my own 2 feet. I let out a loud sigh as I realized what I had to do. I need to go talk to him, don't I? My friends wore matching looks of empathy. You do, Callie said. No amount of talking to them would clear the air, so there was only one thing to do. Will you guys be okay decorating without me? They exchanged another amused look at my expense. We've been managing pretty well without you so far, Callie pointed out. Fair enough, but I'll be back. Callie shouted after me. Don't come back without your boyfriend. When Ox's mom showed up at the door and told me he wasn't home, I experienced the most bizarre mix of crushing disappointment and exhilarating relief. Okay, thank you, I said, my smile forced. I took deep, calming breaths the whole way home because I was so anxious and excited and nervous and, oh man, I couldn't even begin to name all the feelings that were bubbling up at the thought of what I'd say to Ox when I finally saw him. And that crazy cauldron of emotions overflowed entirely when I pulled onto my street and saw Ox's truck parked in my driveway. I sat there for a while and watched Ox sitting there in the driver's seat. Every fear I'd secretly harbored all week surfaced and taunted me. He was here to officially break it off. He'd tell me what a mistake he'd made. He was here to tell me that he wanted someone else. Someone more serious. Someone he could actually love. I was torturing myself. The masochist in me had a field day. Logically, of course, I realized that the only way to truly know what he was going to say was to speak to him. But that was so much easier said than done. My whole body conspired against me as I sat there frozen in my car. When I couldn't bear not knowing any longer, I got out and headed to his truck. I climbed in beside him and faced that blank stare that I knew hid so much. More than my wounded pride, and more than my hurt feelings, and more than my ache to throw myself into his arms, I wanted to know what was going on in there, in that big teddy bear heart, and behind the stern, unreadable mask. Hi. That was all I could manage, and it came out all soft and shy. He gave a grunting noise that I took to be, hey. We sat there staring for so long that I was a little afraid to break the silence. I was afraid that at the end of whatever conversation was about to come, I'd be heartbroken. But I was more afraid that if I didn't try to make this work, I'd also be heartbroken. This was truly a damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of moment. Why did you leave the football game without talking to me? I asked. His eyes narrowed a bit like he was either trying really hard to think of an answer or was trying to decipher what I'd said. He answered with a question. Why didn't you talk to me all week? Now it was my turn to frown. Why didn't you talk to me? When he didn't answer, a surge of frustration had me talking again. How come I always have to be the one to make the first move? Apparently, Ox took that as a challenge because he reached for me, tugging me toward him and kissed me so passionately I forgot my own name. When he pulled back, he said, Okay. Well, I had told him he needed to make the first move. Well played, sir. I managed a little nod as I tried to catch my breath. My palms were still on his biceps, and he was so close I could hear his ragged breathing and feel the heat of his skin. A big part of me wanted to curl up on his lap like I had that fateful night. Much as it had sucked, I couldn't remember a time when I'd ever felt safer or more cared for than when he'd held me tight. I held on to that memory as I met his gaze. Were you ignoring me on purpose? He didn't answer, and I saw the hesitation in his eyes. When you left the field, I said, when you left without a word, were you mad at me? I thought you were done with me. I blinked rapidly as his words hit me with full force. What? Why? He lifted one shoulder. You didn't talk to me like you usually do. He paused, and I thought I saw a flash of guilt before he added, And you were flirting with those other guys. I drew in a breath so quickly it sounded like a melodramatic gasp in the quiet truck. I wasn't flirting. I pushed away from him and scooted back. Every nasty thing that guy at the party had said, every jerky thing Alex had ever done. I put a hand over my heart to try and assuage the stabbing pain. You believe all the crap people say about me? It came out too high-pitched, but I couldn't help it. I thought this guy knew me. I thought he saw past the rumors and my stupid boy craziness. I thought he saw that this thing with him was different. I reached for the door handle, but his big hand covering mine where it lay on the middle seat stopped me. His touch was so gentle, so soft and kind, despite the fact that he was such a big, tough guy. This was the dichotomy that made him so fascinating to me. That was what made me pause long enough to hear his quiet words. I'm sorry. I blinked and was surprised to find tears hovering on the edges of my lids. I didn't cry, ever. Well, not until this guy. I turned back, and when he saw the tears trickling down my cheeks, he cursed under his breath and pulled me back to his side. Don't cry. It came out as a growl, an order. I can't help it, I said. I pushed back to look at him. I swear I never cry. His lips twitched the tiniest bit. I know. He was being nice because he'd seen me cry numerous times now, and that was just too embarrassing. I frowned up at him. You hurt my feelings. I'm sorry. I wasn't flirting with those guys. He didn't respond. I'm not a flake. I know. I drew in a deep breath. And I'm not some... I threw my hands up for lack of the right word. I like guys, and I'm not going to apologize for having fun. His gaze met mine, and I saw no judgments there, just a question. Is that what this is? I knew what he meant. He wanted to know if this was just some hookup, some distraction to get over Alex. I opened my mouth and closed it again. I swallowed down more tears. The fact that you have to ask makes me unbelievably sad. He stared at me for a while. I don't think you're flaky or easy or any of those other things. I blinked. Okay. It's me. I stared at him so hard my eyes hurt. What? He didn't explain, and I shook my head. What do you mean, it's me? Is that the shortened Ox version of the it's not you, it's me speech? I drew in a deep breath to avoid the chest-crushing ache. Are you breaking up with me after 1 week? His eyes widened, possibly because my voice had gone from high-pitched to shrill to a range that only dogs could hear. What? No, I... He shook his head and ran a hand over his face. I suck at this. I crossed my arms. I was so not going to argue that point. Yeah, you do. He made a sort of huffing sound, and I didn't know if he was laughing or exasperated. I think you are the best person I know. The ache in my chest was still there, but now it was of an entirely different variety. Oh. He looked over at me, and the intensity, the sincerity, the adoration, it was heartbreakingly beautiful. And confusing. So then why did you think I was flirting with some other guys 1 week after I told you I liked you? He shifted and made a sound like he was clearing his throat. For a second, I thought he might not answer me. When he did, it wasn't really an answer. I had a friend. I stared blankly. Okay. Then I thought about what he said. I had a friend. Past tense. Friend, singular. When was this? He turned to face me. At my old school. I nodded and bit my tongue to keep silent. I would not pry this out of him. This might be how I rolled with Kate, but with Ox, I needed him to open up to me. It seemed vital to this fledgling relationship. It had been hard as hell for me to do, and I deserved the same in return from him. I was a big kid. I eyed the giant in front of me. I can imagine. One side of his mouth twitched up and he glanced over at me before turning back to face front.
No, not like that. I wasn't big in a good way.
I blinked a couple of times as I figured out what he meant. Oh.
Yeah, he said, and on top of that, I've never been much good at talking.
Really? I teased, because I couldn't stop myself and because the tension in the car was getting too painful. He flashed me a small smile and it made my world spin. I loved his smile so much it hurt.
Hard to believe, I know.
I grinned at him. How many people had ever heard the big bad ox make fun of himself like this? I wrapped my arms around myself to keep from lunging into his arms. Okay, so you were
fat,
he said shortly. And you weren't great at expressing yourself, I added, far more diplomatically. There was a question in my voice, a prompt. I watched him take a deep breath.
Most of my friends from elementary school sort of fell to the wayside by junior high.
I felt another sting of tears, but this time on his behalf. I hated how matter-of-fact he was about it. Kids are stupid. He didn't argue.
One friend stuck with me.
He glanced over at me quickly.
Eve.
Eve. I clenched my fists against my side. I had a feeling I was going to hate Eve. Was she just your friend?
That's how she saw me,
he said. But you liked her, I said. He didn't respond and I was glad. There was already a good chance I was going to have to track this Eve chick down and tear her eyes out. Seriously though, I wasn't normally a jealous person. This guy just brought out the possessive and overprotective in me.
She didn't feel the same,
he said.
I knew that, but she was still nice to me.
And?
He shrugged. And then she wasn't.
I watched a muscle in his jaw twitch, and I knew that there was a story there. One I'd need to hear one day. But for now I could fill in the blanks. His one friend, the girl he liked, had turned on him because he wasn't cool. I'm sorry. It didn't seem like enough, but it was the only thing I could say. He shrugged again as if he didn't care, but I knew better. The guy might not have been good at showing it, but he had a big heart and even bigger scars. I hate her. It came out under my breath, and he glanced over with a flicker of a smile.
I don't.
He looked past me as if lost in thought, or maybe lost in the past.
Eve was...
He shrugged.
She was a nice girl. She just crumbled under peer pressure.
I held back another mean comment. If he could be the bigger person, then I could be. Well, I could at least keep my mouth shut. That was the best I could offer at the moment. I reached a hand out and touched his shoulder. I'm sorry. He turned toward me, his eyes meeting mine.
No, I'm sorry. I knew better than to believe any rumors about you. I know you're not fickle like that.
His eyes moved over my face.
You're strong and brave, and you are so good.
I smiled. I'm not a saint.
You have a good heart.
His gaze darkened.
You have an amazing heart.
I swallowed, oddly flustered by his sincerity. I focused on the other adjectives he'd used to describe me. I'm not brave, though, not all the time. I swallowed. Not when it counts. His gaze connected with mine, and I blurted it out. I was scared. I licked my lips. After that night last weekend, I was scared. He frowned, his brows drawing together in an impressively intimidating glare.
Of me?
I gaped at him. Of you? No, of course not. Some of his tension seemed to ease.
Then what?
I opened my mouth and closed it. This was getting deep. Too personal. As much as I lived to chat and flirt and all, I wasn't used to being so open about things that really mattered. It's hard to talk about, I said. He flashed me a sidelong look.
Do you want to text instead?
I let out a short, shocked laugh as my mind flashed back to that day in calculus class. Was that a joke? He shrugged, but his lips were doing that twitching thing I loved. And just like that, my fear went away. Because this guy, he would never hurt me. Not intentionally, at least. I knew that. I'd always known that. So I did what I'd been dying to do ever since I got into this truck, and I closed the distance between us, ungracefully scrambling across the seats and into his lap. He groaned softly and pulled me tightly against him. I buried my head in the crook of his neck and reveled in the feel of his strong arms holding me close, of his hands stroking me gently like I was precious and perfect. Buried against him like that, I found the courage to say it. I like you a lot, and that scares me. His hands stilled on my back.
It scares me too.
I pulled back and looked at him. I scare you by how much I like you? He smiled, and it softened his features into something beautiful. Well, handsome, I supposed. His gruff toughness turned tender and gentle.
No, I'm scared by how much I like you too.
Ah. That made more sense. It also warmed me all over. Or maybe that was the feel of his hands on my skin. I get that you have a past, I said slowly. I get that you were hurt. He didn't nod, but his gaze held mine. But if we're going to do this, you have to have faith in me. I swallowed because it was so much easier said than done. You're going to have to trust me. One of his big palms moved up and cupped my cheek with infinite tenderness.
Ditto.
I let out a huff of laughter. Ditto? He gave me a small smile too, seemingly to acknowledge how silly that word was, but I got his point. I nodded. Yeah, I need to have some faith too.
I would never hurt you.
The way he said it so slowly and so seriously, it sounded like a vow. Something sacred. I clutched the words to my chest and held on to them for all they were worth. But words were just that. Words. And in the end, I knew that it wasn't about trusting him. It was about trusting myself. I was so sure with my ex. I met Ox's gaze even though it was awkward to be in his arms and talking about Alex. I was so sure that what I felt for him was love, and that he felt the same way about me. My voice sounded more pathetic than I'd intended, and his arms tightened around me. I swallowed. I don't want to be wrong again. I don't think I could take it if I were wrong again. His answer was a kiss. Honestly, it was the best response he could have given, because that kiss told me everything I needed to know. There was no denying the connection here, no doubting the fact that when he held me close, my heart leapt toward him like it had found its missing piece. And his kiss told me better than all the words in any language that he loved me too.
Chapter 15. Ox. Clearly this was all too good to be true. My life had never been so awesome. I got the girl. For real. As miraculous as it might seem, the love of my life loved me back. I couldn't quite shake the feeling that there had to be another shoe that was about to drop. But if something had to drop, please, dear God, let it be a piano, and let it drop on my head. Anything to put me out of my misery at this Halloween costume party. Kidding. I mean, yeah, parties were not my thing. But Maddie asked me to come, and it probably went without saying that her wish was my command. Fun fact. Love made me cheesy. Lucky for me, Maddie seemed to like it. She said it added to my teddy bear vibe, whatever the hell that meant. You look amazing, Callie squealed as she caught sight of me hiding out by the back door, ready to make an escape. Kate hovered nearby with Levi, and I was pretty sure she and I had the same idea. Neither of us were big party people. I caught sight of Maddie making her way through the crowd to the staircase. She'd spent the better part of the afternoon dragging me around to different stores to put together my costume. Now here I was all dressed up, while she herself was still wearing normal people clothes. She'd left me here to go change into her costume, which was apparently waiting up in Kate's room. You make the best Frankenstein I've ever seen, Callie said, her eyes wide with appreciation. Maddie, I said by way of explanation. She nodded. She did good. Callie pressed her lips together, and I could all but see her debating what she wanted to say next. You guys good? I gave a short nod. Were we good? Maddie and I were better than good. I mean, I would have preferred to have spent our first night together as boyfriend and girlfriend somewhere slightly less crowded, but other than that... Wow, Callie said, her face lighting up with a grin. I don't think I've ever seen you smile before. She nudged my elbow. It looks good on you, big guy. I gave a snort of amusement because she knew how much I hated that annoying nickname that only Levi ever seriously used. But she was right. I hadn't smiled much, or at all, really, until Maddie came around. I could get used to it. I'm glad she found you. Callie's sudden and unexpected comment had me tearing my eyes away from the staircase and looking back down at Maddie's best friend. She looked hesitant, which only added to my interest. I mean, I knew I was the luckiest guy on the planet to win Maddie. I still wasn't quite sure how to rationalize winning over an amazing girl like her. But after an hour of talking, and kissing, and making this thing official, I was ready to accept that maybe the universe was smiling at me for once. Callie shifted and bit her lip. You know, Maddie does a great job at keeping a smile on her face, but she's not as untouchable as she'd like everyone to believe. I stared at Callie because it wasn't my place to talk about the other sides of Maddie, the sides she doesn't let many see, which makes them all the more special. I just nodded, and she seemed to accept that. Don't get me wrong, she said. Maddie is strong, but... No buts, I said, surprising her and myself with my sudden outburst. I meant it. No buts. Yes, Maddie might have her own issue, who doesn't? But the fact that she'd started opening up to her friends, the fact that she put it all out on the line for me, I met Callie's gaze. She's the strongest person I know. Her gaze was serious for a minute as she met mine. Whatever she saw there apparently won her over, because she flashed me a huge grin and wrapped her arms around me, pinning my arms to my side. I knew you got her. I just knew it. I stared down at the top of her blonde head with a frown of confusion, but I didn't mind the hug. It occurred to me that I'd better get used to this sort of impulsing infringing on personal space. These were Maddie's friends, after all. Maybe they were even my friends, too. I didn't even notice that Noah had joined us until Callie took a step back to be closer to him, like they had their very own gravitational orbit. Noah wrapped his arms around her as he gave me a nod. Looking good, Frankie. I nodded in return. These two had come dressed as Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe, and their couple adorableness was only rivaled by Kate and Levi, who were dressed as a witch and a broom. Kate was the broom. Where did Maddie go? Kate asked, moving over to join us. The room had crowded up quickly with classmates and teammates from the Flag Football League. Levi, as expected, was right behind his girlfriend. Hey, big guy! Heard you and Maddykins made it official! I glared at him, and he gave me an irritatingly cocky smirk. Oddly enough, I was glad this group had gathered around me. I mean, I wasn't much on talking, but no one in this group seemed to expect me to. They were Maddie's friends, and maybe mine too. But I was still coming to grips with that fact. Nevertheless, they were Maddie's friends, and Maddie had good taste in people. And she chose me. The thought was still too hard to swallow. I wondered at what point I'd actually be able to accept my good fortune. As it was, I was teetering between gratitude for this new miracle in my life and being certain that I would lose it all once Maddie opened her eyes and realized she'd chosen an ineloquent, non-charming, awkward ape to be her boyfriend. Trust. That's what it all came down to, right? Maddie was learning how to trust a guy with her heart all over again, and I wouldn't let her down. If she could trust me with her heart, then I could do the same. I know, right? As Maddie aptly pointed out back in the car in between kisses, beneath the muscles and the frowns lay the heart of a romantic. Of course, if anyone but Maddie said something like that, say Levi, I'd have to beat the crap out of him. All thoughts of keeping Levi in his place vanished, as movement on the stairs caught my eye. The group of friends around me turned in sync, and we all watched Maddie as she traipsed down the steps. I didn't know what she'd planned to dress up as, but I had not expected this. "Dude," Levi said, laughter in his voice. "Now that's a statement." We all stared as she reached the bottom of the steps and caught sight of us. I'd asked her at the first store we went to, "What are you dressing up as?" She'd waved me off, too intent on finding green face paint. "I'll find something," she'd said. Later, I'd said something again, wondering if perhaps we ought to take a break from worrying about my costume and focus on hers. She'd patted my arm sweetly and informed me that she'd come up with something that would work for us as a couple. I guess I'd vaguely assumed she was going as the Bride of Frankenstein? Her casual acknowledgement of our new couple status had made me forget about anything else. I'd been too busy kissing her senseless in front of a checkout counter after that to ask her any more questions. But now, my mouth went dry as I took in the sight of her standing there, her eyes fixed on mine, her smile uncharacteristically shy, but still filled with that fierce love that seemed to overflow from her whenever she was around her family, her friends, me. I moved toward her, dimly aware that the thick crowd of classmates was parting for me, but not quickly enough. When I got to her, I stopped. "What do you think?" she asked, arms stretching out, making my football jersey hang off of her small frame like a cape. A smile tugged at my lips and spread across my face. She'd worn my jersey. My number was on her chest, my name written across her back. She beamed up at me, and the black makeup she'd smudged beneath her eyes crinkled up as well. Tiny as she was drowning in this uniform. She looked ridiculous. She looked adorable. "You look beautiful." My voice was gruff and choked, but that was God's honest truth. I'd never seen her looking more beautiful than she did in this moment because I got it. I knew what she was trying to tell me. She was declaring me hers for all the world to see. She was staking her claim and declaring herself my girl in the process. Her smile flickered a bit as emotions filled her eyes and made them shiny with unshed tears. For a girl who never cried, she'd been awfully teary lately. My heart couldn't take much more or it might crumble. I pulled her into my arms. "Don't cry." She let out a snort of disgust. "I never cry." We both smiled at that. "Then don't start now." She pressed her lips together to hold back a laugh. Glancing down at her outfit, she peeked back up at me. "In case you were wondering, this was what I was talking to your teammates about." I groaned softly as her words hit home. "So you and Trent..." "We're discussing how he could steal this for me out of your locker," she finished, her smile smug and cute as hell. "I'm an idiot," I said simply. She shrugged and then sighed. "And apparently when it comes to you, I'm a little crazy." I frowned. "How so?" One side of her mouth tilted up. "I wanted to wear your jersey for you, but also..." She bit her lip and I groaned again, but this time because I couldn't tear my eyes from that lower lip. She cleared her throat and straightened. "Also because I wanted to make sure everyone knows that you're mine." I didn't know which was more endearing, the fact that she thought anyone else was going to steal me away, or that possessive glint in her eyes that made her look freaking fierce. My chest hurt so badly I couldn't talk. I couldn't tell her how much it meant to me that not only had she chosen me, she wasn't even the least bit embarrassed by it. She was proud to have me at her side. Me. The guy people had nicknamed Ox because I was big and dumb. Well, not really, but that was the general impression I gave, apparently. I couldn't tell her any of that, not right now. But I could show her. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her. It was an epic kiss. She twined her arms around my neck and I lifted her up so the height difference wasn't an issue. In return, she lifted her legs and wrapped them around my waist. I was distantly aware of the hoots and laughter of our peers, but we both ignored them. When she pulled back, her dazed but laughing eyes met mine. "Wow," she breathed. "That was some kiss." I kissed the tip of her nose. You're not the only one who wants to make sure there's no doubt in anyone's minds.
She arched one brow. No doubt about what, exactly?
I grinned and tipped my head so my forehead rested against hers. That you're mine. Her answering smile lit up the room and eased about 10 years' worth of resentment and hurt. She dropped a quick kiss on my nose, just like I'd done to her.
Damn straight. Epilogue. Maddie. Fairfield University's football team was filled with big guys, but none bigger than mine. I spotted him easily in the crowd after the game. In fact, he was the only guy I saw. Funny, who would have thought that a girl as boy-crazy as me could become so incredibly focused on one guy? But oh, what a guy. He caught sight of me veering toward him in the crowd, and his gaze warmed me from head to toe. I sped up, and soon I was running into his waiting arms, leaping up at the last minute to tackle him with a hug. He caught me, like he always did, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. Really, this was the only way we could talk face to face without one of us straining a neck muscle. You did great out there, baby, I said, planting kisses all over his cheeks and jaw. He made a sort of grunting noise that I deciphered easily. It was a mix of amusement at my enthusiasm, resignation at me calling him by a cheesy term of endearment in front of his teammates, all tinged with more than a little desire thanks to the kisses. I was technically majoring in education at Fairfield University, but I'd like to think I had a doctorate in translating Ox's grunts and glares. His arms tightened around my back, scrunching up the silky material of the jersey I wore to every game. It was his, of course. Wearing it on game day had become one of our things. A silent way of saying I love you as I cheered him on from the stands. Ox had his own ways of telling me he loved me, and almost all of them were silent. Silent, but effective. The guy was pretty much always doing things to make me happy, but I was sworn to secrecy on that. He hated that all of our friends knew what a romantic he was. Particularly Levi, but that's because Levi never stopped mocking him for it. Noah was cooler about it, but that didn't stop him from laughing at Levi's teasing. Those three had a weird relationship, but whatever, it worked for them. I was just glad that Ox had a solid group of friends. No one deserved it more. With a firm grip holding me tightly to his chest, Ox headed away from the crowds. We'd most likely meet up with the rest of the team later for pizza at Casmo's, but first, Ox and I needed some alone time. You won, I informed him.
I know, he said. I was there.
He met my gaze with a small smile that warmed my heart. He'd gotten really good at smiling these past 2 years, especially when he was alone with me. We should celebrate. He arched his brows.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But first, I started. He stopped, his expression wary. Smart guy. I pressed lightly against his chest and he loosened his grip so I could slip down his body and walk at his side, my fingers twining through his.
But first what? He said.
First, we need to pick up Levi and Kate from the train station, I said. They're coming home early for the holidays. He nodded. He loved those guys. And then, I started. He arched his brows again. I cleared my throat. He'd go along with it, he always did. Sometimes he just needed a little cajoling. Noah and Callie wanted to get together too, I said slowly. He narrowed his eyes as he peered down at me.
Uh-huh.
So I was thinking we should probably throw a party. He grumbled low in his throat, but I caught the twitching of his lips, the way laughter and happiness filled his eyes despite his protests. He was all bark and no bite, this guy of mine.
Why do I have a feeling I'm going to be recruited for party planning?
He stopped and I turned to face him, batting my eyelashes in a ridiculous manner. Do you mind?
He let out a huff of laughter. Would it matter if I did?
I pretended to think it over. Not really. He grinned as he leaned down and planted a kiss on my lips.
Would it make you happy?
I nodded vigorously, and he sighed as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
Then sign me up.
I wrapped my arms around his waist from the side and squeezed. I love you. You know that, right?
He laughed softly. You'd better,
he teased. But then he leaned over and kissed the top of my head.
I love you too, sweetheart.
This has been The Perfect Score. Kissing the Enemy, Book 3. Written by Maggie Dolan. Narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright 2018 by Maggie Dolan. Production copyright by Maggie Dolan.